Talk from start to finish.
You're going wire to wire
with Diesel and Cole Bryson
on the Fan Upstate.
Cole, it's here. We got real life, actual football tomorrow. Well, in college football, you have real life, actual football tonight. In just a couple of hours, 4 hours from right now, you're going to be calling Burns High School football. Are you getting a little jittery at the moment, or are you just like rock solid smooth, my man?
You know what, man? I'm always jittery. I love high school football. This is my 12th season, Diesel, broadcasting high school football. I actually started as a junior in high school, so I love it. It's a part of who I am. And, yeah, you're right. I am a little jittery. I always get jittery this time of season. But you're right. It's even better because tomorrow we get to watch college football.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Just want to let everybody know, don't drink too hard tonight. You got to save a little bit of it for tomorrow because Florida State and Georgia Tech kick off at noon here on the East Coast. Obviously, they're going to be playing that game in Ireland, which I think is about a 5-hour difference. So they're going to be playing at 5 p.m. local time, noon here. I just want to let you know, don't do that. I'm gonna party hard tonight, and I'm going to put myself in a fog for tomorrow. No, you need to be crisp and sharp and ready to go for college football tomorrow. It's fun, Cole. That question about being a little bit jittery, a little bit nervous for the first game of the season, that's also going to be part of the 5 o'clock fight. So if anybody wants to listen up and stay with the show all the way through the 5 o'clock fight, you tolos, which means turn it on, leave it on. We're going to be fighting about that exact topic coming up a little bit later on in the show. But it's an exciting time. JB is already messaging in. He's got the Burns Rebel logo as his logo on YouTube. Appreciate you, JB. He says Tolo, which again means turn it on, leave it on. Those of you watching on the stream, there is not some third mystery person in the stream. That is actually Cole's audio on one channel and his video on another channel. He's dealing with technology, right? Yeah, he's dealing with some technological issues out there, but he is making the absolute best of it. So he's rocking video off of one laptop and he's rocking audio off of another laptop. There's not a mystery guest.
Third guest about to join us, right?
Yeah. So, Cole, as we are leading up to the last couple of hours without college football, think about it this way. This time tomorrow, we're going to know who is going to win the first college football game of the season because we'll be right at 3 hours into that game, which should be about time for us to be coming down to the fourth quarter and the end of that game. But we're not going to know really until halfway through the season about a lot of these quarterbacks in the ACC. Certainly tomorrow is DJ Uiagalelei's first chance to dispel some of the rumors, some of the common misconceptions, at least he wants it to be that way, about his tenure at Florida State. He couldn't hack it, as a lot of people want to say, couldn't hack it at Clemson, so he had to go out west. He found himself in a system that really fits his style, and he's back on the East Coast. And the question is, can he continue that high level of play that he had at Oregon State, or is he going to regress back to where he was when he was at Clemson? That is the big question that everybody's going to want to know. You may get a sense of that by the end of that first game tomorrow. But, of course, there are a lot of extenuating circumstances in that game. I don't know how you deal with it, Cole. You like to travel as well. I like to travel. I suck at dealing with the time change. I mean, like, it takes me a solid 4 or 5 days before I start feeling right. And that's just with a short change in time. So trying to deal with a big change in time, 5 hours going forward for both of these teams, that's got to be a factor, right?
I think it is a factor. I've said before that, I'm not putting a lot of stock into it. I told you and Melissa that the other day at Ingles. However, I will say, when you travel 5+ hours, I don't think it really applies when it's less than 5. But, Diesel, to your point, they tell you, I remember when I went 13 hours to Israel one time. They tell you when you get there, you're going to be tired, but don't take a nap, because if you take a nap, then you're really going to mess up your sleep schedule. Wait until bedtime, right? Even if you are. I don't know how early Florida State and Georgia Tech got there. I still think it's the dumbest thing in the world that they're playing over there to open college football, but that's neither here or there, Diesel. I will say, if they've been there a few days, I don't expect it to really be a factor, especially since we're talking about 18, 19, 20-year-olds, right?
Maybe it's just me that I'm a giant wuss and I can't deal with that very well. Just so you know, breaking news, this is right on ESPN TV right now. Bryce Young will play in the third Carolina Panthers preseason game. That game is tomorrow at 1:00. I highly doubt that very many of our listeners, our Tolos, our great, very smart, probably handsome Tolos who listen to our show are going to be watching that game, because they're going to be watching real, actual football. Come on, NFL. Why would you do this? Why would you schedule a 1:00 Saturday game for preseason?
Panthers play at 1 tomorrow, Diesel, you said?
Right.
I was thinking it was tomorrow night. If it was tomorrow night, I'd watch, but you're right. Tomorrow at 1, no. I will say, I had a feeling that they would wait until game 3 of the preseason to put Bryce out there. I do think a little bit of breaking news is I'm glad you brought that up. I didn't know that. I think it's a good thing. I don't know how long he'll be out there, but obviously you'll want to see him in a little bit. That's why I said in the very beginning, don't play him early. Don't risk anything. But game 3, let's get him out there for a few drives with some ones. That should be interesting.
Well, the question is, was this the plan all along, or is Dave Canales maybe bowing to the pressure of the Carolina Panther fan base, who is demanding to see Bryce Young, hoping for any little nugget of positivity leading into the season? I've said it as many times as I can that I think it's silly to not get him at least some reps in the preseason. I understand he's getting practice reps. I understand that he got reps in the joint practice with the Jets, but it's just not the same. Preseason reps are as close as you can get to simulating real live football. And I don't want my quarterback, who sucked last year, going out there completely unprepared with 0 snaps under his belt.
Diesel, didn't you know? Have you missed the news? They've got this thing hidden in. Dave Canales and Bryce Young are not going to show what they've got. That was the plan all along, right? Hold your cards close to your chest, to your vest. Don't let anything out there. Don't let any film be created on what you have, because Diesel, they're going to be so special together. Bryce Young and Dave Canales are going to be so electric together. Why would they show it any earlier than they have to? Because week 1, they're going to go to New Orleans. They're going to beat the Saints in New Orleans.
Would it really be shocking the world if you beat the mediocre-ass Saints in week 1 of the season on the road?
Would it be shocking the world? No. But would it be, in my opinion, would it be a big win? Absolutely.
Yeah. When you're as bad as the Carolina Panthers have been, yeah, that's definitely a huge win. So college football starts tomorrow. We appreciate you Tolos being here, taking part in our lead up to the college football season. Remember, the Upset Picks Challenge is live. Submissions are open. You can text in with your name, your game, and your upset in the Wire to Wire Upset Picks Challenge, brought to you by Ingles. We'll get into that later on in the show. But Cole, pretending for just a minute that you were the head coach of a Division I college football team, and you could pluck any quarterback off of an ACC roster that you could. Think about it like that little claw game. You know, the one that's always really hard to win because they rig it. Like they make the springs on that thing so weak that you can't even pick up like a little plastic ball. The plastic ball has got air in it, and it can't pick that up. But just pretending for a moment that you could reach out and grab a quarterback off of an ACC roster and make him your quarterback for your team. The question is, who would you want that to be? So I want to power rank our top 5 ACC quarterbacks, not necessarily in the system that they're in. We're looking specifically at their individual qualities as a quarterback. Should we go 5-1, reveal ours at the same time, or do you want to do I'll show you mine, you show me yours?
I like the way that sounds better, the second part.
I'll show you mine, you show me yours. How about that?
Yeah.
All right, number 5 on my list is Grayson McCall at NC State. I like Grayson McCall a lot. I mean, as an App State fan who watched him victimize my team several times in his tenure at Coastal Carolina, I hate Grayson McCall, but strictly as a quarterback, I like him a lot. He's got elite escapability, but the question and the reason why he's number 5 on my list, Cole, is that knee surgery. Just how much has he got left in the tank after that knee surgery? Now, we've seen him in preseason games in the spring game at NC State, and he looked absolutely fantastic. It's a spring game. I get it. 16 out of 20. In the spring game, he looked really good throwing the football, but when everything is choreographed, obviously it makes it a lot easier to go out there and be successful. Sure. But in 3 years at Coastal Carolina, Cole, get this, 3 years, 10,000 passing yards.
I thought he was there for 15 years.
It feels like it, right?
Yeah.
It feels like it. 88 touchdowns, 14 interceptions in his career at Coastal Carolina. Healthy, Grayson McCall is as good as it gets, and I would put him up there probably number 2 on my list if he hadn't been injured, but I've got Grayson McCall at number 5 on my list.
You know what? I do disagree with you there. I do push back. I have Kyron Drones, Virginia Tech, at 5, Diesel. I'll tell you why. It's not about, for me, as much about Kyron as it is about the others. 2023 at Virginia Tech, 1,993 yards, 15 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. You know, VTech just not really that good. He was at Baylor in 22, didn't really do a whole lot at Baylor. But again, it's not about him as much as it is the others. When you talk about the others potentially being on the list, and I'm not going to get to them because I don't want to spoil the dramatic, the climax, if you will, the anticipation, Diesel. But I will say, if you have to put them on a list of 5, I can think of 4 others that go ahead of them. So there's no way I can put them above guys, even though, to your point, even though Grayson McCall's injured. I love Grayson McCall. I think he has it, right? I think he has something special, and I just can't put Kyron Drones above any of the other ones in my head. So I'm going to put him at 5 at the bottom of the list. That's what's interesting about mine, because I got Kyron Drones much higher than 5 on my list. Number 4, I've got DJ Uiagalelei at Florida State. He's a bit one-dimensional at times. We think he has turned things around. We think he has exercised those demons a little bit
out west at Oregon State, closer to his home, closer to his family. We think that might have happened. If he's in an offense that fits his style, he can be great. If not, he's not. And the U in DJ Uyunglele stands for underneath, as in checkdowns, because that's what DJU was good at when he was at Clemson. If he gets rattled, Cole, it might take him 2 weeks to recover. I like DJU. I like his style. I like his size, all of those tangibles. The question is, does he have it right here between the ears?
Well, the answer to that, in my opinion, is a not.
Yeah, we got you loud and clear. Well, we also got the lawnmower too. We appreciate the folks out there at TL Hanna. Is that where you are, TL Hanna? Getting the facilities looking nice before this game. Oh, okay. What would you say then regarding the Notre Dame game when the odds were stacked against him? He came in uh, essentially unprepared. It wasn't his team and just looked absolutely fantastic. There is one little nugget of data, one data point that shows that when the odds are stacked against him, he can be really good. Ecstatic. Yeah. Yeah, as I'm here live in the fan studios, Cole is broadcasting from a storage room somewhere at TL Hanna High School. Burns on the road for every single game this season. You're going to see him in some different confines every single week. We're getting close to the end of this break here, Cole, so let's pick up the pace. Number 3, I've got Haynes King is my number 3 quarterback in the ACC that I would want if I could just crane game, pluck somebody off of a roster. I like Haynes King a lot. I think he's got a lot of talent. He's a big kid, 6'3", 215. He's a little bit of a gunslinger, though. He reminds me of Spencer Rattler in that way, in that he's gonna make some exciting plays for you. He's also going to make some mistakes, but he is not afraid to go out there and sling the bean around. So I like Haynes King as my number 3. I'm very high. You know that I am. I've talked a lot about Kyron Drones, dual threat quarterback at Virginia Tech. He's my number 2 on my list. He was a monster in his last couple of games in 2023, 22 touchdowns, 3,000 yards, and he was not the season-long starter in 2023 at Virginia Tech. This offseason, he trained with Shadur Sanders. He trained with Cam Ward. I like Kyron Drones a little bit. I think he's going to take a big step forward this year.
And you have him where?
2.
Ooh, at 2. That's interesting. At 2, Diesel, I'm going Cam Ward.
Wow.
Yeah, I like
Madcraft's
Cam Ward.
Going to throw a fit.
He might. I'm going Cam Ward at 2. I really like his potential. Obviously, last year at Washington State, anytime a quarterback comes into a new system like we see with Cam Ward, there are going to be, in my opinion, Diesel, there's going to be some learning curves. There are going to be some times that Cam Ward has to learn on the fly, if you will, right? And I think you'll see that. But again, I think by the end of the season with the schedule, they'll be a very good team with a very good quarterback.
Well, I've got Cam Ward as my number 1 quarterback in the ACC this year. He's going to be absolute lightning. He's finally got the wide receivers he needs. He did not have those guys when he was out at Washington State. Immediate upgrade to every single team in the ACC. Florida State would love to have him. Clemson would love to have him. Everybody would want to have Cam Ward over the guy that they've got, even though most would not admit it. I love spread quarterbacks who can create with their legs. So make sure you have a big bowl of popcorn this year when you're watching the Canes play.
Madcraft, after my comment on the stream, Diesel said, cut his mic back off. Cut his mic. No, look, he's a very good quarterback. However, at number 1, I think you had him at 3 on your list. I'm going Haynes King, man.
Wow.
I like Haynes King a lot. Wow. I think that Haynes King in 2024 could be a quarterback that surprises a lot of people. Is he on the best team in the world? No. Will he have a Heisman caliber season? I'm not saying so. But his athleticism, I think, will surprise a lot of people. And I think in 2024, you could see Haynes King, maybe even tomorrow, you could see old Haynes surprise some people. And what if he were to go show the world tomorrow how good he really is?
I'm telling you, I wouldn't be shocked if Georgia Tech pulls off this upset. Was it 10.5 point spread? This is not some massive gap between these two teams. I think Georgia Tech has improved since last year. Florida State has probably regressed roster-wise since – not probably, they have regressed since roster-wise since last year. So I think these two teams are sort of meeting in the middle.
Diesel, we have a huge issue, though. Cade Klubnik is nowhere to be found on our list. Wait a minute.
No.
Wait, can we start the segment over? Can we?
No, why would we? We're talking from the heart, man. We're using our heads, we're using our hearts. We're speaking the truth to the people.
You're right. I agree with you. He's not at the top right now, which is not a good sign if you're Clemson. However, I think we said this a few months ago. I do believe Diesel by the end of the year he will be.
Oh, yeah. He has the ability to change our opinion on him, and especially his second year with Garrett Riley as his coordinator. Mm-hmm. Hopefully they're speaking the same language. They're on the same page. And obviously wide receiver injuries matter when most of your wide receiver room goes down in week 1, week 2, week 3 of the season, like what happened last year. You're putting yourself in a really tough spot. We would like to believe, and fans would like to believe, that Clemson has enough depth at wide receiver to maybe weather 1 or 2 guys going down. But when you lose multiple guys like that, it puts any quarterback behind the 8 ball.
Sure, it absolutely does. And you know what? We talk about DJU being fascinating to watch. I think another point before we run real quick, I know we have to hit a break. The development, and I know these preseason lists are exactly that, right? They're preseason lists. However, Diesel, you and I both know where Cade Klubnik needs to be by the end of the season. Watching Clemson and Cade after a very disappointing 2023, I think that's going to be one of the more fascinating storylines, just to see if at the end of the season, if we make this exact same list, you and I, he better be on the freaking top 5, right? He better be top 3.
Yeah, if he wants to really lock down this job, he better be top 2 or top 3 by the end of the season for sure.
Absolutely. I'm with you. A lot of fun, though. I like that list. I think the ACC, for the first time in a while, Diesel, it's intriguing at the quarterback position. So bring it on. I would love to see Haynes King prove me to be right and have a breakout season. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch, though, especially tomorrow. Haynes King at noon against DJU. I cannot wait. Diesel, College Game Day will be there in Dublin. Did you know that? College Game Day in Dublin tomorrow, 5 o'clock their time. As you said it to earlier in the show, is 12 o'clock. So it's a 5-hour difference. Speaking of College Game Day, the list, or the list of faces, rather, has changed over the years when it comes to the College Game Day set. We know they've made some additions as well as some subtractions. And the very next segment, I want to hear from you, Diesel, as well from our Tolos, ranking the College Game Day crew for 2024 from favorite to least favorite. Who do you enjoy listening to the most? Who do you enjoy listening to the least? That and more, your thoughts coming up right here on The Fan Upstate.
fan enough.
844 Fan Phone. This is Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson on the Fan Upstate.
It is Wire to Wire right here on the Fan Upstate. So good to be with you. I'm Cole Bryson. He is Diesel. Diesel's back in the Ingalls Markets studios. I am on location at TL Hanna High School getting ready for tonight's Burns at TL Hanna matchup in week 0. But first, we have the best 4 hours of local radio you could ask for with myself and Big D back in the studio. Diesel. College game day looks a little different this year. Some good additions, in my opinion, but I want to know from you as well as our Tolos. 71307. That's the way that you can text the show. Start texting the word fan. When you look at this year's cast, Reese Davis, Lee Corso, Kurt Herbstreit, Steve Coughlin, Desmond Howard, Pat McAfee, Nick Saban. How do we feel about these? Who do we consider our favorite as well as our least favorite? Before we get to that, a few texts. Amazon guy on the text line says, football season, woohoo. Amazon guy texted says, has all of the potential, but 4-4 in the ACC has to factor in. JD says, give me Georgia Tech over FSU with a -10 for his Ingalls upset picks challenge for the week. I like that, JD. We'll see if it comes true. But, Diesel, let's start with the biggest name because that's where we all go. That's who we all talk about. How do we feel as the Upstate, the Tolos, about Pat McAfee on College game day?
I liked Pat McAfee on game day for about 2 weeks, and then he completely lost me. Like, I love his energy. I love his sort of brash, trash-talking way. I mean, I'm thinking about the fact that I don't know where they were when they filmed this. It was a Georgia, I think a Georgia-Bama game. It might have been for the SEC championship game. But he had those Georgia Bulldog fans singing along some Georgia Bulldog song, and then he pulled the rug right out from under him, and he said, "I'm going Alabama."
Yes.
And I mean, I was just enthralled by what he did there. It pops up on my social media every couple of weeks, and I love watching that video every single time. But I don't think Pat McAfee is a very serious person or can really be involved in a serious football conversation on that show. Ooh. He is there to be a pretty face. He is there to hype the crowd up. Outside of that, I'm not sure he needs to be sitting at the desk. I think Pat McAfee should be the one out walking around with a microphone whipping up the crowd.
Diesel coming in strong, dropping those bombs.
It's just how
when
I feel.
It comes to a football conversation. Here's the thing. I don't know that I necessarily disagree with you, but I will tell you, you're right on the entertainment aspect. He is there to be an entertainer. He is there to be, yes, you're exactly right, to be that spark plug, to get the crowd. I believe the scene you're talking about was the SEC championship where he was going Georgia, and then you're right, picked Bama in the end. He is there to get that show juiced up. Now, when you talk about having a football conversation, talking about Kurt Herbstreit and Desmond Howard, I'm a big fan of Desmond Howard. I know that might upset our Ohio State Tolos in the audience, but I think that when it comes to football X's and O's, that's who I want to hear, right? He played the game at a high level. He was phenomenal. To your point, yes, Pat's there to be that spark plug. However, I don't think, Diesel, the College game day would be where it is today going into tomorrow's Dublin, Ireland show with Adam, because the last few years before they added Pat McAfee, it was starting to get a little monotonous, right? Something need to be added, and I say kudos to ESPN for adding them, but the reality of it is, your bold statement, I can't tell you you're wrong on it, because while he does know football, he played, he's not the guy that sits there and has those X's and O's conversations.
Yeah, I just get a little too much trash talk out of Pat McAfee, especially, I mean, I don't care for Pat McAfee's daily show because I think it's kind of lowest common denominator conversation. Some people like that. Some people don't. I'm one of the people that doesn't. That's just how I feel about Pat McAfee. I like him in little doses. I like watching short clips of him on Twitter and on YouTube, but I cannot sit and listen to an entire Pat McAfee show. I just can't. I just can't do it. And the problem with College Game Day is they got rid of Bear Felico.
Ooh, Bear. I forgot about Bear, Diesel. He was a staple, right? He was a staple. I can't believe I forgot about old Bear. I guess when they brought Pat in, they got rid of Bear.
I think so. They might have gone to a different like handicapper over the past season or two since they got rid of Bear Felica. To me, that show has sort of shifted from a get you ready for football to a get you hyped for football. And hey, I mean, I also get it. Like, we're all in the ratings business, right? We're all trying to increase our ratings. You can have phenomenal ratings for years, as I'm sure College Game Day has, but then they see it slip just a little bit and they're like, oh, we got to do a massive course correction here. We got to get a big name on this show that's going to get people hyped, have people laughing, and get people having a good time. I understand why they made the move. It just doesn't necessarily appeal to me.
So I listen, I like Pat. I think I like Pat a little more than you like Pat. I enjoy his daily show, and I would say of the ones on College Game Day, I enjoy Pat. However, he's not my number one. He's not the top for me when it comes to the top personalities on College Game Day. You can get on the conversation as well. We're live on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. Also, text the show 71307. Start the text with the word fan. Reese Davis, it's hard to, in my opinion, Diesel, it's hard to count Reese, and this might be disrespectful, but I'm going to say it anyways. It's hard to count Reese as one of the top personalities because it feels like Reese is just more of the mediator. It feels like Reese is the one who just kind of makes sure the show, kind of like what's her name does, Molly on First Take, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think Molly does a fantastic job. She's awesome. She's really, really great, but she's not a host. She is a host. She's not a top personality on the show because she does more of the mediating. She handles the logistics of the show, getting them in, getting them out to break. I kind of feel like that's where Reese is. I don't dislike Reese Davis, but he's not at the top for me. I would say even though he's been around forever, even though he grows a little bit tired on people because of some of the things that he says in the Ohio State stuff a few years ago, I think Kirk is still near the top of the list for me, Diesel.
Well, you have to have personalities on those shows, and you can't say that Reese Davis is the top personality on that show because, truthfully, he doesn't have a whole lot of personality, and that's by design, right? You have to have that person who plays it down the middle, and they also need to have somebody, because they do that weekly feature where it's usually a kind of a sad story about a player and some thing that they've dealt with in their lifetime leading up to the game. You got to have somebody who can deliver that. I mean, could Pat McAfee deliver the story about a college football player who's dealt with years and years of adversity in his life, whose mother died, whose dog ran away?
Probably not.
I wouldn't trust him to deliver that. Not saying that he couldn't, because he is a professional broadcaster, but that's not the character that they've built around Pat McAfee. So they need Reese Davis to do those kinds of things.
And to your point, I thought, Diesel, my opinion, the best ever at that was Tom Rinaldi, who left ESPN, went to Fox. I believe NFL is what he's doing now on Fox for NFL games on Sunday. Tom Rinaldi was fantastic at telling a story, right? Especially one that tugged at your heart a little bit. I would go Desmond Howard 1. I believe, I don't know why, but I love Desmond Howard. He doesn't, I don't feel like he gets a fair shake. He doesn't really talk as much as I would like him to, but I do think when it comes to football, I like learning when I watch the show. Obviously, I want to be entertained, but when it comes to the X's and O's, someone who's been there and played the game at a high level, I want to hear from that guy, right? I want to hear from Desmond Howard. And for me, he is the one that I really, when he starts talking, Diesel, you kind of lean in, right? You kind of lean into what he says. And how can we not talk about Lee Corso in the conversation, who's kind of taken a back seat in all of this lately?
Yeah, it's really been sad to watch Lee on that show over the past couple of years. I mean, you kind of get the sense, or you get the feeling at least over the past 5 years, that each one of those years could be his last on the show. Mm-hmm. Young Lee in his prime, Lee Corso, is number one on my list. I think he's got to be number one on everybody's list. He had so much personality. He coached at a high level. Everybody loved Lee Corso. He was like your grandpa. You felt like you could trust him. You felt like he wasn't going to take pot shots at your team.
Sure.
Or if he did, you knew that it was good-natured ribbing pot shots, right? And of course, headgear, you can't even touch the headgear. So Lee Corso is and will always be number one on my list. Desmond, to me, is probably not on the medal stand, but if he's not on the medal stand, he's probably number 4. I like Desmond. See, I don't really necessarily have an odds-on favorite out of those guys that's not Lee Corso.
Yeah.
I love to hate Kirk Herbstreit. Desmond Howard, he's there. He provides fantastic insight. He's kind of a laugh track kind of guy, right? When he's not doing his analysis, he's there to kind of cut up and have a good time.
Sure, he is. I think the all-time favorite last year, it was either last year or the year before last. I'm pretty sure it was last year when Reese Davis, Diesel, and I'll get to these texts in a second, but Reese Davis, he was in the middle of his perfect script, right? He had just started his monologue, and you could tell he was watching the teleprompter. You could tell he was locked in. Nobody else is supposed to talk when that's happening, right? And he's talking about Jalen Milroe, I believe, and he had Lank written across something, a band or something. And Reese Davis is, and part of his monologue was let a naysayer know. And he starts to continue. And all of a sudden, Pat McAfee just, bam, interrupts. And the whole set dies laughing. And like, if you talk about by the book broadcasting, you're not supposed to interrupt that guy. But guess what? Pat McAfee gets away with it because he's Pat McAfee, and the whole set was thrown off. Everybody started laughing. It was comical, but it was one of those moments that it never happened before.
So if it didn't stand for naysayer, what does the N stand for, Cole?
Naysayer.
Oh, okay.
419 says, McAfee is like Howard Stern being on the nightly news. Train wreck. Interesting sometimes, but still a train wreck. 434 says Desmond is the best for sure. So a train wreck is how Atolo describes Pat McAfee. I don't know if that's demeaning toward what he's done, because to your point a minute ago, we are in the entertainment business. That is our job. But man, he definitely does it in a bold way, right?
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I like I said, I can take Pat McAfee in little doses, but I don't want Pat McAfee anywhere near hosting that show. And maybe that's the reason why I'm okay with him on game day. Just okay. I think they give him a little too much time, right? If they could, let's just, for the sake of argument, say that over the course of that show, Pat McAfee gets 15 minutes of uninterrupted time. If they could cut that down to about 9, I think I would be able to stomach Pat McAfee, sort of soloing time. Anything more than that is too much Pat McAfee.
Madcraft says anybody hating on Pat is just pooping the party.
I don't like him, Madcraft. I don't like him.
But a lot of people don't. It's not just you. I think it's kind of like the Cowboys, right? You either love them or you hate them. And
it's okay to be a heel, right? I mean,
sure.
they also probably look at it that way. Like, how do we create some buzz? Let's put a guy on this show that we know that a good portion of our audience is going to like, and that's going to help promote another one of our television shows. And his show is going to be able to help promote this show.
Yeah.
But they also know that there's going to be a large part that don't like him, and they're going to be just up in arms. Why are you bringing this guy on here? They're going to be tweeting about him. I know I've tweeted about how much I don't like Pat McAfee on College Game Day. So boom, they got me. They won.
They did, but it's good conversation. We will see, though, because the reality of it is it's back tomorrow. It's back. It's here. We made it. We made it, Diesel. We made it. Oh, man, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I know we have a lot to get to on the show, and we can move on from the Pat McAfee, but I believe the hours are counting down, Diesel, for the Upset Picks Challenge.
That is true, and when we come back, I'll run through the rules one last time for you. Not the one last time, but I am going to run through the rules for you the last time this week, get you guys set up and ready to go, and help you one more time get your picks to us in the right way. That's coming up next right here on 97.7 FM in Greenville, 97.1 FM in Spartanburg, and everywhere you are on the free Odyssey app.
71307. Keyword fan.
And connect with Diesel and Cole Bryson on Wire to Wire. This is the Fan Upstate.
Today is your last chance to get in your college football upset picks challenge picks, brought to you by Ingles. JD got his pick in. Mr. I'm not going to make a pick here in week one. He caved to the peer pressure. I knew you would, JD. I knew you would. He's taking Georgia Tech over Florida State plus 10.5. If you're just tuning in, you Tolos who are kind of waking up out of your college football hibernation, or your off-season hibernation, I should say, we've got a little challenge going on here. It's the Wire to Wire Upset Picks Challenge, brought to you by Ingles. And here's how this works. No prizes, just bragging rights on the line. We're asking you, who's the best at picking upsets among our Tolos? We got quite a few who are very, very good at this, Cole. Some of them who are like uncanny good at it. I'm like, do you have a time machine? Do you have one of those sports almanacs? How are you so good at this? We had some that were just hitting big time upsets week after week after week last year. But here's how this works. You will pick a betting underdog to get the outright upset in a college football game. If you correctly call the upset, you get the points by which that team was an underdog added to your rolling season tally. You get a pick wrong, you lose a point. You fail to make a pick one week because, I don't know, you just weren't here, you lose 2 points. So it behooves you to stick around. It behooves you to play every single week of this season. We got over 60 entries already, Cole, just for week 0. Yeah, they can only pick 4 games this week, and we've got over 60 entries in this challenge. Yeah, so many people. Now, you can think of this as kind of a dry run. You don't have to look at the entirety of college football. You only get 4 games to pick here in week 0. Think of it like as a practice, like a preseason game, where the starters are finally going to play in week number 3. So just go to ESPN.com. That is the website we use as our official betting site. We pull the numbers off of that website, and you then text in with your name, your game, and the spread, one that you think will be an upset. And if you get it right, you get points.
Hey, speaking of peer pressure, Diesel, Shane Connuck, who's our NASCAR guest, he's also a big baseball and football guy. We need to peer pressure him at 420. Get in because he'll only have a few hours left. Join the upset picks challenge. Yeah. We have to get him in the game, see if we can get that peer pressure working on him a little bit. I'll say this. My first year doing it, I'm super confident right now. I might not be this way 4 weeks from now, Diesel, but I'm very, very confident. I love spreads. I love gambling. I love the aspect of betting and trying to guess the spreads, even though this is way more difficult because you're not just guessing the spread. You're guessing, can the underdog just win the freaking game outright? And that is difficult, man.
That is true. That is true. I felt like I was good at this too, and then I don't think I got on the board until week 6 of last year. Yeah.
Are you serious?
I thought I was making very intelligent picks, and I just could not get the upset.
That's incredible. That is fascinating. All right, coming up next, I'm at T.O. Hanna. We will look at week 0 high school football matchups tonight. I'll give you a few predictions, any questions you have as well, all coming up right here on the Fan Upstate.
No tapping out on this show. You either bring it strong.
High school football week 0 is upon us. Can you believe it? Are you excited? Are you as excited as I am? Well, high school football week 0 begins just about 3.5 hours from now. So good to get this season kicked off. A reminder for those out there that are high school football fans, we have you covered right here on the Fan Upstate. Starting during the week on Wire to Wire with myself and Diesel, we have the High School Player of the Week. Starting next week, we do a weekly high school coaches spotlight. We had Dan Jones of Gaffney on last week, Scoot Watson of J.O. Man yesterday. We'll continue that each and every week. And then we carry Burns football on Friday night. And then Saturday morning scramble each and every Saturday, 8 to 10 a.m., right here on the Fan Upstate. 2 hours, the best high school football coverage you'll find with myself and Alex Guest. Zenny on the Facebook stream says high school football. Yes, I'm with you. Yes, you are right. So many ways to watch Wire to Wire. Diesel will be back in just a moment. He is handling a few things in the Ingles Market studios. We are live on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. You can watch and listen to Wire to Wire, 97.1 Spartanburg, 97.7 Greenville, and anywhere in the world on the free Odyssey app. All right, tonight, a full slate of week 0 games. There are 30 games in our coverage area. How in the world do you cover 30 games in one night? Well, guess what? We are not perfect. We don't talk about every single team and every single player, but we try our absolute best to get to the majority of the teams. There are some good games tonight. I'll start with the one that I will be at, calling right here on the Fan Upstate, which is Burns versus TL Hanna. Burns, Hanna, two interesting teams because traditionally these are two powerhouse programs. However, this season, they are two teams that are replacing a lot of talent at a lot of different positions. Burns Rebels last year had a very talented roster, lost somewhere near 30 players from last year's roster. TL Hanna, they are returning 3 starters on both sides of the ball. So TL Hanna will be a young team as well. They do run the wing T offense, and a young wing T. I expect TL Hanna to get better as the season goes on and on. But tonight, with this matchup, 2 young teams, it may be more low scoring than people realize. It may be 2 teams that are trying to get their feet wet, and 2 teams that have some inexperience. That might be what we see tonight as Burns is at TL Hanna playing all the games on the road. And Diesel, I know we talked about this a few weeks ago. Playing all the games on the road in the high school setting, I want to hear from you as well as our Tolos on this. Do you think that's something that has a real impact as the season goes on?
I think it will in terms of it just being a little exhausting and tedious to do it every single week. I mean, if you're a freshman on this team, you don't know any different, right? If you're used to playing little league football or up through the rankings, you're playing at the same field week in and week out regardless. So I think probably by week 7 or week 8 of this team, you might see a little bit of fatigue and exhaustion, especially if you've got some road trips that are a little bit longer. It's certainly going to be just a little bit of an issue for this team as opposed to what they're used to. But I'm telling you, man, if I'm a player at Burns, I like this as something that adds a little extra chip of motivation over the course of this season. Like you are the 300, right? You're the Greeks in the hot pass, and you got the Persians coming down and breathing down your neck and firing arrows at you, and your backs are against the wall. I like this. I mean, I would, if I was Reggie Shaw up there at Burns, I would be putting black shirts on these guys, right? I would want them thinking like a pirate mentality. Raise the pirate flag, and we are going on the road. We are going into enemy territory every single week. Think about it this way, Cole. A culture that I'm fascinated with in history are the Vikings. They were always the away team. They were always making incursions into enemy territory, and those guys kick some serious ass.
We shall see. I think it will be a challenge. At some point in the season, I don't know, to your point. I don't know if it'll be something we see early, but it's going to be interesting to watch. It really is. A lot of good games tonight. Zinni on the Facebook stream says, go York Cougars. Brian says, go Greenwood Eagles on the YouTube stream. You can text the show 71307. Start your text with the word fan. The Renewal by Anderson of the Carolinas fan phone is also open. 844-FAN phone, 844-326-3663. Diesel texter from the 431 or the 310 rather ask, who do you think is going to win the Chesney versus Pendleton game tonight? Well, it's a great question, texter. Chesney, first-year head coach under Brett Chappell. I did see them last week in a scrimmage, preseason scrimmage, and it was against Chase out of North Carolina, who wasn't very good. Chesney won the game, I believe, 20-0 in just 2 quarters. Chesney is going to be good this year. However, Pendleton's a little bit different of an animal, in my opinion. Pendleton's a good football team. And Chesney, first year under Brett Chappell, Diesel, when he was hired back in, May or June, we had him on the show as soon as he was hired. And I believe we were live at Ingles that day. And he's going to be a good coach for Chesney. However, as we cover Pendleton and have covered Pendleton on the Saturday Scramble for quite some years now, Pendleton's a good football team. Chesney tonight, I believe, it's going to be a tough game for them.
Cole, talk to me a little bit, because it's hard. It's easier for you. You live in this world. A little harder for me to keep up with a lot of these charter schools that are coming online. Yep. Are any of them starting playing football this year, or is that still something that's a couple of years out?
No, they are. I'm glad you asked that. Actually, tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, Mountain View Prep, Diesel. We talked about this back 2 or 3 months ago on the program. Mountain View Prep, a new charter school in Spartanburg. It's more or less the Boiling Springs area, but they begin their inaugural season tomorrow. They're playing a few of their home games at Presbyterian College while they get a stadium built. So they'll be in Clinton. Gray Ramsey, the head coach at Mountain View Prep, he's been a good coordinator everywhere he's been. Spartanburg with Mark Hodge, and then before that, Chapman with Mark Hodge. I think Gray Ramsey and MVP will surprise some people because of the talent that they have. It's interesting, Diesel, with charter schools like MVP. They are, with them being new, they are probably in a really interesting position in terms of finding games. I don't know that traditional schools want to play them just because they're out of the norm, right? And I believe that, in my opinion, MVP probably faces challenges when it comes to finding teams that want to play them. So there might be some teams this year that is on MVP's schedule that we're not used to seeing, not used to hearing about, just because they're in a unique situation. So it'll be interesting to follow. It really will. Texter from the 473. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Diesel.
No, any situation where when Liberty made their move up into FBS as an independent, they had to play the same team twice, a home and away. Anything like that you're expecting on the MVP schedule?
Well, you never know. I mean, at the high school level, you certainly can. It's a possibility. I remember back in the day, Spartanburg and Gaffney used to play each other twice. So they very well could. They very well could one day have to play somebody twice. Corey on the YouTube stream asks, how's JL Man look this season? I know they made a run in the playoffs last year. I think they won 5 games my 4 years there. Well, Corey, that's a great question, because Diesel and I were talking about JL Man on Wednesday and actually had Scoot Watson on the show yesterday. JL Man's a team that I told Diesel has progressed tremendously. I even asked Scoot Watson that yesterday, talking about a Greenville County team. And Diesel, Wednesday at Ingles, we were talking about this. There are a lot of teams in Greenville County who, to Corey's point on the stream, 4 or 5 years ago, they weren't competitive, especially against the Spartanburg County and the Gaffneys of the world, and now they are. So to answer your question, Corey, I think they're going to be very good again this season. They were a couple of plays last year away from playing for the state championship.
I do want to know from Corey, so Corey, make sure you respond back into this. How do you feel watching your alma mater come back up the way that the JL Man has? You say that your time there, they really struggled to win a lot of football games. My high school was the same way, and then they just went and won a state championship last year, 3A in the state of North Carolina. So, you feel a little bit of pride, but you also think, man, I kind of missed out on my school having a lot of success. It's kind of weird looking back on it like that. So, Corey, I'd love your thoughts on that.
Good question there. Good question. And he's right. They were a lot of text to get to on the text line. Ask away. We will do our best to answer 71307. Start your text with the word fan. Texter from the 473 says Daniel Chapman tonight sounds interesting. Well, Texter, I had that one written down for Diesel and I to get to because that is an interesting game tonight. Daniel has won, 3 out of the last 4 state championships in 3A, a tremendous program. However, from those I've talked to, Daniel's lost a lot. I know that during the preseason, Hillcrest went over there just a couple of weeks ago, and Hillcrest put it on him. Hillcrest played really well. And Daniel's a school here not far from where I am at T.L. Hanna, just a few minutes up the road, 20, 30 minutes, whatever it is. They're a school that's not used to having down years, and I think you might see Daniel have a little bit of a down year. Now, Chapman on the flip side, Chapman and Harry Cavanis, they're also experiencing having to replace a quarterback, having to replace key guys at certain positions. I think Chapman will get better as the year goes on, but because of the reclassification, they're going to experience and they're going to experience something they haven't in a long time, and it's going to be fascinating to watch. And Daniel, again, remember, Daniel and Chapman have played several times over the last few years when they were both 3A. But now that they're not, it adds an intriguing factor. And going to the texter from the 493, texter says Westside Daniel in the playoffs is going to be fun. And texter's right. Westside Diesel is a team led by Brian Lane, who won the championship last year in 4A. With Daniel now moving up to 4A, that kind of seems like a collision course in 4A, Daniel and Westside. And I think those two teams at the end of the season, as long as they are healthy, as long as they stay healthy, I think you'll see those two playing for an upper state championship.
Yeah, Cole, I'm going to be interested to see how Daniel is able to weather that storm. You said they lost some talent and they moved up a classification. So it's certainly putting them behind the 8 ball, and it's going to make things a little difficult. But, Daniel seems as if they're one of those schools that is not really a football team. It's a football program. Yeah. And they're able to hopefully weather this storm that they're going to face with 2 big challenges on their plate this year because they have built such a deep program there.
No doubt about it. And Corey answered your question, Diesel, on the YouTube stream. Honestly, kind of bittersweet talking about J.O. Man. Love seeing the success, but I at least wish it started when I was there.
Yeah, my sister's generation, they won 2 out of 3 state titles when my sister was in school there, or 2 out of 4, and couldn't win a damn thing while I was there. And then, of course, as soon as I leave a couple years later, they find something all over again, and they become a really good football team and go win a state title. So I got you there, Corey. It's a little bittersweet to watch it. You're happy about it, but you think, man, how much fun would it have been if this was going on while I was a student?
Texter from 310 also chimes in on Chapman Daniel tonight. Says, how do you think Chapman's going to do against Daniel? My nephew plays for them. Chapman, even though Daniel, in my opinion, might be a little down, they're still going to have their work cut out. They're still going to have a very tough test tonight in Daniel, even though they've lost some guys, they're still a very formidable team. To Diesel's point, they're a program. And I like Daniel tonight, to be honest with you, but I think it might be closer than some think. Hurricane Jeff chimes in on the conversation. He asked, can you give me some insight into the Boiling Springs Bulldogs this year as to what kind of season they may have? Boiling Springs, we've talked about it, Diesel. I told you a few weeks ago, that's a team to watch. In 5A, Boiling Springs, since the 2016 state championship appearance, hasn't been very good. They were good last year. They gave a lot of teams some fits last year. Matt Reel coming in has been a tremendous hire, and they are going to be very, very good this year. Lincoln Husky at quarterback, in my opinion, is going to be the best quarterback in the region. I think that they will surprise some people this year. Watch out for Boiling Springs, especially the fact that they play Gaffney in the very first region game of the season here in just a couple of weeks. They have a very good defensive line. As I mentioned, Matt Reel does a fantastic job. Lincoln Husky at quarterback and some really good stud running backs. I think they're going to have a special year. I really do. Let's see. A lot of text getting to. I know we are running short on time here in this segment. 978 says, do you have any information on Oak Brook Academy? I know they play 8-man football, and they aren't a school you usually talk about. Yes, they are a school that, doesn't get a lot of the media attention. I do believe that Chad Deal, the former Burns Rebel, I do believe Chad Deal went over to Oak Brook as the head coach this past offseason, if I'm not mistaken. Zinnies ask, how do you guys pick which high school games you talk about, or is it preset for y'all who to talk about? No, we talk about the teams playing each week, Zinni, the games that we think are going to be good. I wrote several games down tonight, Diesel, on our rundown. I think Greenville-Dorman is a game to keep an eye on. Hillcrest-Lawrence, Burns-Hanna, obviously. You can hear that game right here on the Fan Upstate. Greer-Bowling Springs will be a good one. Spartanburg-South Point, and Chapman-Daniel. Those are 6 games that I put on there, Diesel, that I do believe will be 6 of the better games tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting football season. I've had the opportunity to travel around to a handful of these football stadiums and seen and witness what they do there, and the tremendous high school support that some of these teams have. And it's going to be really fascinating to watch this season. Yeah. I'm excited about it. Always a good time going to Spartanburg games. Always had a great time going to Gaffney games. Of course, just the facilities that they have up there at Gaffney and the fan support they have there at Gaffney is just absolutely fantastic. It is quintessential high school football, right? Like the town sort of shuts down on a Friday night. Everybody comes out to these games. And man, I'm telling you, I envy you being able to go out and be a part of that and be there every single week at these games.
It's going to be a lot of fun. And before we run on this segment, I am going to make some picks. I'm not going to go through the full list of 30 and bore you to death, but I am going to make some picks. You can chime in 71307 and tell me if you agree or disagree. And we will obviously tomorrow morning on the Saturday Scramble be able to react. And I'll keep a running tally as well as Alex Guest on how we did on our picks. Easley Pickens tonight. Easley first-year head coach. I'm going Easley. Greenville-Dorman. Greenville first-year head coach. And Jabo Shaw, the brother of former Gamecock quarterback Connor Shaw. I'm going Dorman tonight over Greenville. Lawrence Hillcrest will be an interesting game with Hillcrest, second year now with their coach, and Lawrence first year coach running a very interesting offense with Greg Porter. I will go Hillcrest to beat Lawrence tonight. Let's see. JL Man, Midland Valley. I think Man takes care of business. I like Riverside over Malden. Boiling Springs, I like them over Greer. East Side, South Side, 2 programs that are going to struggle this season. I know that the football programs at both of those schools aren't talked about a lot just because of their success, but I do believe East Side gets a win tonight. Spartanburg goes to South Point. That's going to be a tough test for Spartanburg and Mark Hodge. I am going South Point getting the win over the Vikings. Travelers Rest, first-year head coach Chris Goodman, who you can hear tomorrow on the Saturday Scramble at 9 a.m. Travelers Rest gets the win tonight over Wade Hampton. Let's see, going down the list here. Daniel, I like them over Chapman. I like Powdersville over Seneca. I like BHP over Broome tonight. Saluda over Crescent. I do think Pendleton beats Chesney tonight. Christchurch Hammond will be a really good game against the Skeesa School. Give me Christchurch. I like Abbeville over Southside Christian. That'll be a great game. And St. Joe's over Cardinal Newman. And then 1 or 2 more. I'll go Newberry over Union County and Clinton over Woodruff. And then a team to watch out for that might be sneaky. Last one, Blacksburg gets the win tonight over Ware Shoals. I think Blacksburg and Josh Batchelor might be a team that surprises some people this year.
He is the best of the best when it comes to high school football. Cole Bryson, he's live on location at JL Man High School. Is that right?
T.L. Hanna.
You're at TL Hanna tonight. I'll get this right by the end of the show. You're at TL Hanna tonight, calling Burns at TL Hanna. It's going to be Burns at for the entire season. Really going to be excited to watch you and listen to you and your call of those games. And of course, the Saturday Scramble. Cole, before you and I were even doing a show together, I would make sure I woke up early on Saturday mornings to listen to that show because your coverage of high school football, and it's a huge task. I know. I've talked to you. I've talked to Rob Jones from our sister station, WORD, and talk about just the huge task that it is to cover high school football and to be plugged in with all this information. and you do just an absolutely fantastic job. When we come back, we'll talk to Shane Connuck of the Charlotte Observer. He covers NASCAR. He covers Charlotte area college football as well. That's coming up next right here on The Fan Upstate. We've talked a lot of backwards and forwards as far as football goes, but we haven't covered a lot of left turns. We do that right now with Shane Connuck of the Charlotte Observer. He joins us here on the Fan Upstate. Shane, number one, thank you for joining us every week as you do. We appreciate your time. And, man, you got your work cut out for you this year because I know you cover Charlotte 49ers football. Are they expected to take any kind of a big leap forward this season, or is it going to kind of be more of the same?
No, it's another step in the right direction for the Charlotte 49ers this year. Year two of Biff Poggi, year two in the American Athletic Conference. They're over under a year ago, 2.5. They did hit the over, won 3 games, but they are fired up this year. They've got a lot of new transfers. They've got some new additions, a good group that is hungry, that wants to be there. And I think they're going to turn some heads this year.
Interesting, Shane. We'll have to keep an eye on that. To be honest with you, I don't follow Charlotte like that in terms of the 49ers, but we'll see. We'll see if you're right on that. How excited are you, Shane Connuck, now that Diesel has filled you in on the Eagles Upset Picks Challenge?
I'm very excited. I mean, we have football, high school football kicking off. I just heard you talking about how you're on site for a Burns High School away game right now. We have high school football kicking off tonight, college football this weekend, NFL in a couple of weeks, the NASCAR playoffs coming up. It is a fun time of the year.
So, Shane, I want to get into that, the NASCAR playoffs, and there's one driver that you wrote about that's going to be starting kind of in the negatives, which is something you cannot do if you're playing the Upset Picks Challenge. You cannot go into the negatives, but NASCAR has thrown down a pretty hefty penalty against Denny Hamlin and his team for disassembling a winning engine and rebuilding it before turning it over to NASCAR for inspection. Why is doing that such a big deal? And in your opinion, was the Hamlin crew trying to hide something, or was it simply a mistake?
It seems like it was a mistake, but we will never know. And the fact that the 11 team is as tied to this, Joe Gibbs Racing is as tied to this as both of those teams are, it is clear that this is a big deal because Denny Hamlin is not just a good driver. He had been having one of the best years of his career, had been one of the best cars in the sport every single week. We talked about it last week that he's favored seemingly every week at every track. He's a driver this year. Anytime he's in there, he's in position to win, and he has gotten 3 wins to his name already. And now with this all unraveling, it goes to show you that you never know all of what's going on and that you know how closely NASCAR inspects these cars after every race and how much they're trying to keep everybody on that even playing field. But Hamlin's Toyota Camry, after winning at Bristol, like you said, they just tore down the engine and rebuilt it before it went to inspections. That's not allowed, and it seemed very obvious and eventually came out, and NASCAR came down hard on Hamlin himself in addition to his team.
You can follow him on X, on Twitter, at Shane_Connuck. Shane, I was very unimpressed, and I know there's nothing they can do about it, but this past weekend with football around the corner, especially in this part of the country in the South, people's minds are already turned to the pigskin, right, to the gridiron. And NASCAR's inability to finish a race on Sunday because they don't have lights at a track. And I get that lights are expensive, lights cost money. I understand all of that. But them having to finish the race on Monday, I just feel like it's a big blow to a sport that doesn't have as much traction as they used to have and are trying to get back.
It is, and especially when we're sitting around all day waiting to start a race at a particular time, it seemed like even though they didn't wait forever, that before 2:30 it wasn't raining as much, and that a lot of that potential weather was going to come later in the afternoon. It feels like a lot of times they don't pick the right windows on the right days, and that when you prioritize television that much, and Denny Hamlin has talked about that and Awful Announcing and some other non-NASCAR outlets has kind of written about that because of how much this sport prioritizes TV. And that right now it's leading to things like we saw this past weekend and just hoping to run a certain number of green flag laps. And then if you need to do something crazy and have a finish like we had at Chicago and just have a clock counting down to create some buzz, that's what it's got to be. And if it's that you just got to break it up in 2 days and have everyone come back on Monday, that's what they did this time. But it feels like NASCAR knows it has a lot of people who are going to be watching the race every week, whether they break it up into 2, whether they go 50 laps or not. They know that the people who are going to care about the race will care about it no matter what. And NASCAR is really just trying to put itself in the best positions for television, for media ratings. And at this point, again, like you said, we're getting into a part of the season now where people's attentions are going to be toward high school football, toward college football. And as we get further and further into the playoffs, it should be the most important part of the NASCAR year. It feels like there's just, in a lot of ways, just as much buzz earlier, even during certain months in the middle of the season.
He does an absolutely marvelous job covering NASCAR and many other things for the Charlotte Observer. Shane Connuck joins us on the Fan Upstate. Shane, there's changes coming to the cars on Sunday at the Coke Zero Sugar 400, a new air deflector that's going to be added to the right side of the cars to hopefully, I guess, prevent some of these big crashes. Smart move, or ultimately not going to matter?
It'll probably be hard for the average viewer to really fully understand, but it's important, and it happens after Corey LaJoie went for quite a spin during the continuation on Monday. LaJoie and his number 7 Spire Motorsports Chevy actually flipped and then just skirted down the backstretch with his car just upside down, eventually topples back over. It was one of the bigger wrecks we've seen over the last few seasons. I heard it right away compared to Ryan Preece's wreck at Daytona, now exactly a year ago this weekend. And it raised some questions about safety in these new cars that they're driving. That it seems like, fortunately, we aren't having much severe injury, but that these cars do allow that. This wasn't even the first time that we saw LaJoie upside down this year after a big wreck earlier in the year that involved LaJoie as well. So there are questions right now about safety of these cars. It feels like what NASCAR is putting in the cars this weekend starting now is going to be a step toward that.
Shane, do you sense that NASCAR, with 2 weeks left of the regular season before the round of 16 arrives, do you sense that NASCAR accomplishes what they want? Because we know that in football and other sports, right when you get to the playoffs, there's so much buildup in terms of pressure on teams, right? Do you feel like NASCAR accomplishes and completes that same buildup to their playoff?
I think that in a lot of ways they do, and that NASCAR itself really used that with the Netflix series that released before this season. NASCAR leaned in to the drama that a playoff bracket with 16 drivers who are all fighting for their own shot at a championship, all of the drama that produces as just a general sports fan. And then those pieces of drama that build to that are all about the tensions among drivers and things about racing that if you're a race fan, you might not even know. And if you're an average viewer, it doesn't just introduce you to NASCAR, but it introduces you to these athletes as people. And so the point is that if NASCAR is moving in a direction where it's going to have an in-season tournament with hopes of just having more eyeballs on races, watching individual drivers in different ways, that the playoffs, like every other sport, allow for anyone who has a remote interest in the sport to be like, oh, it's the playoffs. It's the end of the year. We're chasing a championship. I want my guy to win. I want this guy not to win. And in every other sport, if there's ever a time that people are going to tune in to baseball, people say, oh, I'll watch in October when it matters. NASCAR has the ability to really build up its playoffs. But like we were just talking about earlier, my personal belief on it is that as long as it is behind football every Sunday, it's going to be a problem. There's only so much it can do, and I think it knows that, and that's why it's trying to capitalize on the summer months if it can, capitalize on the Daytona 500 and big things in the beginning of the season. But if it can maximize the most out of its playoffs, I think the eventual decision to be made, and Chase Elliott said something about this recently, being a Georgia native and understanding how big college football is, especially in the South, that there's just no reason to compete against football every week and expect to get those massive ratings that the sport really deep down hopes for.
Follow him on Twitter at Shane_Connuck, joining us here on the Fan Upstate. You mentioned it there. They're headed to Daytona this weekend, a track that's just steeped in mystique and steeped in history. Talladega, Bristol, a couple of more tracks that are kind of in that same vein of tracks that just have so much mystique. Which track or tracks do you think actually deserve a little bit more of that mystique that you might put on par with those three?
Yeah, Daytona, definitely right up there. Talladega, absolutely. You have Darlington, as iconic as it is. Nothing like races at Charlotte Motor Speedway, whether that's the Coca-Cola 600 or the Roval that changes it up during the playoffs. I would really go with those older tracks, those particularly the ones that currently have 2 races on the schedule. But it's interesting now because you can also argue that it's better for some of those tracks to have 1 race, especially even with Bristol. It got to the point that they were trying to have races on the dirt and change up that other race. At Charlotte now with the Roval, like I was just saying, trying to have the second race be a little bit different. It does add to the value of a track if there's only one time that you go there every year. But with a lot of these tracks now, you're used to having 2 races there. So that's why with Bristol, with Charlotte, they try to add something, a little twist to it in any way they can. But to answer the question about which track is the most iconic in this sport, I go with Talladega. Just the size, the history, the location of it being in the middle of nowhere. There is no place like Talladega on this circuit.
Just click your heels while you say it, Shane. There's no place like Talladega. Shane Connuck of the Charlotte Observer joining us. Shane, when you look at the last 2 weeks, I'm convinced that a guy like Chris Buescher, who we've put a lot of pressure on this season, I'm just convinced that he's kind of checked out. I don't know if he can get it done with 2 more weeks to go, but tomorrow night's race, 7:30, Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona, as Diesel mentioned. What do you expect in terms of the playoff push? Drivers who just 2 weeks ago we saw this happen, who may take that approach of just wrecking the entire field in order to get a win.
Just as important for Chris Buescher. The one who I'm really looking at now is Ty Gibbs, because Ty has been a strong driver all season in his first full season in the Cup with the 54 car for Joe Gibbs Racing, 21 years old, stepping up into potentially becoming a future star of this sport, being the grandson of one of its Hall of Famers in Coach Joe Gibbs. And so Ty this year has appeared to have one of the fastest cars, particularly clear among the fastest Toyotas week in, week out, has won his first poles of his career, has run toward the front, has led laps, but Ty Gibbs yet to find a win. And we're getting down to a point in the season where it's not out of the question for Ty Gibbs to get to victory lane. And he's even the kind of driver who throughout the season people talk about being in contention for a win. And I think that now, especially with Denny Hamlin, seemingly, even if he ends up getting a win in one of these final races of the regular season, it wouldn't do as much. The points that Denny Hamlin lost are significant. Even if Hamlin he now is going to need to likely win multiple races throughout the playoffs just to be able to advance, because he's not starting off at the top the way he usually does. And so with a guy like Ty Gibbs, that allows for him to succeed even more. Christopher Bell this year, it's felt like some of the races he's won, Denny Hamlin has ultimately had the fastest car and eventually not let Christopher Bell win, but the strategy and the way that they end up deciding to do things, we ended up having Bell appear to have the fastest Toyota and thus the fastest car at different points this year. And being a younger up-and-coming JGR driver, that makes sense. But Ty Gibbs is a realistic candidate for a future face of NASCAR. Joe Gibbs, as long as he's been in the sport, has had tremendous impact. And now having a grandson who's been regarded as an up-and-coming driver throughout his career, and now being in the Cup Series at this age and already being effective, we might be seeing a lot of Ty Gibbs, depending on what happens these next 2 weeks, because he needs a win to get in the playoffs.
Shane, I'm going to put a couple extra zeros on your paycheck here. You are now a NASCAR driver. You've got the lead with 3 laps to go. Who's the most intimidating driver in NASCAR right now going into the playoff? If you're there running first, who do you absolutely not want to see right there on your bumper in the rear view?
Kyle Larson, because he proved it to us back at one of the photo finishes we had this year when Larson nipped Chris Buescher at the line. How was it, of all people, of course it was Kyle Larson who ended up winning that race and getting one of the 4 wins that he has, the most of any driver. People think he is the best person to get into any race car, and I believe that he is. Kyle Larson in a NASCAR Cup Series car, though, that's his forte. That's the car that he knows how to drive better than any other, and this year he has proven it more than any in his career. Even though he had the 10 wins in his championship year in 2021, it is more competitive than ever, and Larson is finding ways to have more success than any other driver in the world.
Shane, you're the man. Great stuff. Were you able to get acclimated on how the Upset Picks Challenge works?
I was. I'm ready for that as well.
You like Notre Dame? Oh, excuse Notre Dame. I'm thinking Ireland, Dublin, Ireland. You like Georgia Tech, Florida State tomorrow? You think Georgia Tech can pull the upset?
I do, but the reality is that with as fired up as Florida State is, I feel like we're all making that pick. I don't see it. Florida State is definitely winning in Dublin tomorrow, but Montana State going into New Mexico to start its season tomorrow, I like what I see from them.
That was our pick too, wasn't it, Diesel?
So Shane, you like Montana? You actually like New Mexico to pull the upset over Montana State. The wild thing about that is Montana State, the FCS team, very good FCS team, top 10 preseason power rankings, going on the road to play at a bottom, I think 15 in FBS New Mexico. But New Mexico has a new head coach, Bronco Mendenhall. He's out there now. Obviously, he was fantastic when he was at BYU. Is that the game you want?
Yeah.
All right.
Ooh,
he's taking New
it
Mexico plus, I believe it's 11.5 as of Wednesday. The line might have moved just a little bit, but we locked those
13.5 now on
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That thing is mad. That's had some serious movement, Cole.
It
You said it
started
started at 4.
Yeah, 4.5, something like
Wow.
that. That's
Okay.
nuts. What happened to cause? I mean, did the team get stranded? I mean, how does it go from 4.5 to 13? That's great. Shane, you're the man. We appreciate you being on with us.
Appreciate you guys. Excited to talk next week.
Absolutely. Shane Connuck's the absolute best. Charlotte Observer. No one does it like Shane does. We'll get you updated on what's going on around the sports world. We call them the Daily Wires next.
This is Wire to Wire with Cole, Bryson, and Diesel on the Fan.
Upstate.
It's the Daily Wires hitting a few headlines before we roll into the third hour of the show, the 5 o'clock hour. Atlanta Braves, how about those Braves? Just when you think they suck, they say, hey, we might suck, but at least we can beat the Phillies. What in the world?
Such a frustrating team. Just like, I want nothing more than to mentally check out from this team, but they won't let me.
3-2 win last night for the Atlanta Braves over the Philadelphia Phillies. They have owned the Phillies this year despite losing to everybody else in the world. Ronda Rousey, she apologized for sharing a Sandy Hook conspiracy video in 2013, calling it the single most regrettable decision of her life. This is just weird, right?
Really? None of the movies that she did were the most regrettable things in her life? She's going to go with that?
That's a good one. That's a good
one. I mean, Rhonda, you weren't really canceled for this, so why would you bother coming out and talking about it?
I was going to say, that's what I was about to ask. Like, is this even being talked about?
I mean, why didn't get Gina Carano? Gina Carano talked about, her political beliefs, and Disney just axed her from a really popular show. And She was a really popular character on a really popular show. I just don't understand why Ronda Rousey would bring this up.
I don't either. Bears cornerback Douglas Coleman III was carried off on a stretcher during the Bears-Chiefs game last night. Not a good look. Coleman went down while attempting to tackle Chiefs wide receiver Cornell Powell. After the game, Matt Eberflus said he has movement in his limbs, which is good, but gosh, that's terrifying in a preseason game. The Bears won, Diesel 34-21, 4-0 in the preseason. Caleb Williams didn't play, though, so how about those Bears? The Bears, they're back, baby. They're back, says Chicago fans everywhere. Chiefs center Creed Humphrey signed a $72 million extension with $50 million guaranteed to become the highest paid center in the NFL. He was ranked last year the second highest interior offensive lineman at a pass block win rate of 98.8. So a really good offensive lineman there. And in case you missed it, the Carolina Panthers acquired corner Michael Jackson. Not that Michael Jackson. I don't think it's the same one. Yeah, just a little bit different of a Michael Jackson there. In a trade from the Seahawks yesterday, he was a 2019 fifth-round pick by Dallas. The Panthers gave up a linebacker, Michael Barrett. And prize 2025 recruit, four-star defensive lineman Nate Marshall has flipped from Michigan to Hugh Freeze and Auburn. Really?
It's called money, my friend.
Gotcha.
It's called money.
You're right about that. So those are today's Daily Wires, and it's about that time. You know what's next, Diesel? You know what's next?
5 o'clock fight. You and I go toe-to-toe. That's next. You Tolos on the Fan Upstate.
The Fan Upstate.
High-level conversations being had in the downtime between segments here on Wire to Wire. He's Cole Bryson. My name is Diesel. We were debating the name Keanu. We were talking about the movie Keanu, and Cole says he wishes his name was Keanu.
I just love Keanu Reeves. Are you a Keanu fan?
Of course, who's not?
Everybody.
Right? Everything he's in. He plays one character in everything, and it doesn't matter. We love it anyway.
Not to get into a debate here, but are you going to fuss at me if I say that John Wick's the best movie he's in?
Oh, the best movie he's in.
And again, I haven't seen them all, so
no, John Wick 1 is truly phenomenal. Man. It's truly because it had a believable premise, right?
Yep.
I mean, this super assassin and this secret society of super assassins, a little bit unbelievable, but like, hey, I'm thinking it's possible, right?
Didn't
there are high-level hitmen, and then that whole series just went way over the top with everything. But I think everybody can identify. There's a whole lot of Tolos listening right now saying, you could probably kidnap my kid or my wife, and I would not have the same reaction as I would if you killed my dog.
Sure. And didn't they just come out with a new John Wick like last year?
They had John Wick 4.
I haven't seen 4. I do agree with you, though, not to get off on a John Wick tangent here. The first one was by far the best. Yeah. It seemed like as they went on, all it was how many times can I shoot my pistol? Like 8 million kills, right? I mean, that's what it felt like.
And 0 reloads. That's the crazy thing about it. No, like the first one in this series is always the best. The best Fast and the Furious is the first one. After that, it got silly, it got stupid. But the first one was grounded in some reality. And then they realized, well, we have to keep ramping it up to get people to keep coming back and buy in tickets. Speaking of ramping it up, it's what we do here at 5 o'clock every single day. We ramp it up with you, the Tolos, and Cole and I. We go toe to toe. We fight it out in what we call the 5 o'clock fight. We ask you to interact. We ask you to be a part of this segment. And after we're done fighting it out, you tell us who wins each round. It's time for the 5 o'clock fight.
It's an all-out slugfest, and nobody's leaving unscathed. 3 topics, 1 winner. It's the 5 o'clock fight on Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson on the Fan Upstate.
Here's how this works. As always, 3 different topics. We have to disagree. We have to fight about it. And then you tell us who's right. You tell us who makes the most compelling argument. At the end of this thing, we want you to text in at 71307. Start your text with keyword fan and tell us who wins each round of the 5 o'clock fight. You can also participate on the stream on Facebook, on Twitter, and on YouTube. Just look us up there and jump in. Here we go, Cole, with round number 1. Cole, who is more likely to change our minds about him this year? Cade Klubnik or DJ Uiagalelei? We have spent a lot of time this offseason breaking those two down, trying to figure out what makes them tick and why things maybe went a little bit wrong for them. But who do you think is most likely to change our minds about him, Cade or DJ?
Wow, what a question. I mean, is this a 3-segment question? Because it could be, right? Diesel, this one's tough. I'll tell you. My level of faith is not at the top in either of them, for either Cade or DJ. I will be very frank and tell you that.
Did I just present a Kobayashi Maru, an unsolvable question?
It's very close. It's a great question, though. Who's more likely to change our minds about him this year, Cade or DJ? Who's more likely? I think it's Cade Klubnik. Oh. I think Cade Klubnik, with the second year now in Garrett Riley's offense, I think you're going to be able to see him take a step that you may not see. And hang with me here. You'll say, Cole, DJ's more experienced than Cade, right? You would think that we would change our mind about him because more experienced quarterback. However, Diesel, first year in Mike Norvell's system, will we see hiccups? Will we see DJ at times not completely understanding of the offense that's around him? Will we see DJ have to make mistakes in order to become acclimated to the offense? I think you might. And I do think that with Cade Klubnik in the Garrett Riley offense now for the second season, when you talk about being comfortable, I think you're going to see a level of comfort with Cade and Garrett Riley that you didn't necessarily see in year one. So if you have to answer the question, if I have to for round one, I think Cade Klubnik is more likely to have us change our minds about him.
Well, the word you said there, Cole, is experience. And DJ got the experience at Clemson. He left to go get more experience at Oregon State. He came back to the East Coast, and he's going to get more experience at Florida State. You know, we said it earlier in the show, if DJ is comfortable in his system, which he was certainly more comfortable in the system at Oregon State than he was at Clemson, he can show flashes of that greatness that we all thought he had in him. So I think he would not have chosen Florida State if he did not feel comfortable in the system. Is it possible that maybe there's just some things that are going to require some reps over the course of the season, some live fire that is certainly going to help him be more comfortable in that system? Yes, but he had the ability to be selective, right? He had, in a lot of coaches' minds in the transfer portal, he had rehabbed his image there at Oregon State. So he got to choose where he wanted to go and choose a system that most fit his skill set. If he didn't, he'd end up back at Clemson, or he'd end up at a school that runs the triple option, right? So he had the ability to pick wherever he wanted to go, and he chose Florida State. So I think we're going to see a level of comfortability right out of the gate with DJ, and I think he's going to definitely surprise some people this year with his ability to raise his profile in our minds.
That's a great question, though. That is a good question, and boy, there's only one way to find out, right?
All right, here we go with round number 2.
Round 2, fight.
Cole, who covers tomorrow?
Ooh.
Georgia Tech plus 11.5 has the spread moved on that one at all?
I'm looking now, and as of right now, let's see.
It is Florida State minus 10.5.
10.5?
So does Georgia Tech cover and either win the game or lose by 10.5 points or fewer? They can't lose by 10 points or fewer. Or will Florida State cover and win by 10.5?
Diesel, I think I'm going to stay consistent with what I've been saying all week. I do believe Florida State covers. I think the 10.5 is something that's doable. I know that Georgia Tech is a team that has a good quarterback, a good coach. You and I talked to the coach at ACC Media Day. We were both impressed by him. You and I would obviously love – I mean, he's one of those guys you just makes you want to play for him, right? I do believe Georgia Tech will hang around. However, at the end of the day, I do think the experience that Florida State has at certain positions, depending on how DJ U comes out and if he's rattled at all, I think Florida State covers tomorrow. And I think that they win probably – I know that I'm not saying it'll be a blowout by any stretch, but I do think that I like Florida State by 14 tomorrow.
I do think, like we were talking about in the last 5 o'clock fight, that DJ shows marked improvement over the course of this season. I'm just not willing to put a huge jump on his resume in week number 1 halfway across the planet, right? I think Georgia Tech is a team that's on the rise. Haynes King is a junior this year, so they got another year of him next year. I like Haynes King a lot. There's a reason why I put him in my top 5 quarterbacks in the ACC. I think Georgia Tech probably doesn't win this game, but I do think they will cover the 10.5. Okay. I think they will make this a very, very close football game. Maybe down the stretch, maybe going to take a late field goal by Florida State to win this thing. But I like Georgia Tech to cover on that spread. Here we go with one more round number 3.
Final round. Fight.
Cole, what's more nerve-wracking? A first date with a girl you really like, or calling play-by-play for the first football game of the year? Jeez. A situation that you find yourself in regularly.
What are you with these questions, David? It's 2 good ones. It's 2 tough ones to answer. But I guess that's the whole point of the 5 o'clock fight, right? I'm a people person. I'm not saying that I don't get nervous on a date because it happens. However, as you know me, I very rarely meet a stranger, right? I do get a little nervous, little butterflies, because you think about it, Diesel, from the time you call a football game till the next year, it's a long time, right? So surprisingly, I'm going to go with calling a game play-by-play. I do I have a few butterflies in my system right now. I am a little anxious tonight.
So much like dating, Cole, you would say with play-by-play, if you don't use it, you lose it.
Sure.
And you may be a little nervous. Couple of butterflies going into week 0 here.
You go 8 months without calling a game, and obviously you still like try to practice, in your head and still replicate, getting some reps during the off season. But no, I think for sure that I can walk up to anybody and carry on a conversation any day of the week. You and I do that for a living, right? However, calling a game, man, it still gets me, and I hope it always does.
Well, Cole, I've never done play-by-play, but when I was a single man, when I was dating, I was very selective with who I chose to date. I didn't just go on to the dating apps and swipe right on everybody and just go out on 4 dates a week, right? So I would try to be as picky and choosy as I could, so that if I was actually going out on a date somebody, it's somebody that I thought there was a real chance of something developing. So I would get in my own head a little bit with dates. Now, alcohol certainly helps. It helps calm those nerves and bring out that more relaxed side of me. But I was always a little nervous going on to first dates. So I'm going to go with that one. That is your 5 o'clock fight. Our 3 different topics to recap for you. Round 1, who is more likely to change our minds about him this year? Cade Klubnik or DJ Uiagalelei? I said DJ. Cole said Cade. Round number 2, who covers tomorrow, Georgia Tech or Florida State? Cole is a little more bullish on on Florida State than I am. So he's going with Georgia Tech. He's going with Florida State to cover that 10.5 points. I think Georgia Tech's going to keep this one tight. And then round number 3, what's more nerve-wracking, a first date or calling the first game of the year, doing play-by-play? Cole's going with the play-by-play. I'm going with the first date.
Hey, what was the first date with your wife?
First date with my wife, she asked me out, believe it or not, and she chose the venue. She chose a movie, and it was a test. She told me after the fact that this movie was a test. It was it was a Daniel Day-Lewis movie. It was a really weird movie. And then by the end of it, it took like an M. Night Shyamalan kind of twist that we had something to talk about after that movie was done. If it hadn't had this really good twist, Cole, I think I would have been like, ugh, this movie sucked. I didn't like her taste in movies. Maybe I don't think about going out on the second date on this one, but it worked out in our favor. So there you go. That's the 5 o'clock fight. That's your recap. If you want to suggest a 5 o'clock fight topic, here's how you do it.
What do you want Diesel and Cole Bryson to fight about next?
If you've got an ass, I'll kick it.
Submit your topics to diesel@thefanupstate.com. Subject line, fight on the Fan Upstate.
71307 is how you can get your votes in the 5 o'clock fight to us. Just text in, start your text with keyword fan, and tell us who won each round of the 5 o'clock fight. I'll go with the stream comments here, Cole.
Okay.
Madcraft says Cole wins round 1. Diesel wins round 2. And he says he can't relate to round 3, so I guess I'll go with Cole. What, you can't relate on going out on dates, Madcraft? Is that what you're telling us?
God, come on, man.
Man,
Come on.
Well, he's going with you by default just because he can't relate to either one of those things.
I'll take it. I'll take the win.
Wesley Roberts says clean sweep by Cole today. Wesley Roberts has given you all 3 of these. Wow, Wesley.
Thank you, Wesley.
He's been dogging me for the past couple of weeks. I don't know. Did I pee in your cornflakes, Wesley? I must have. Zinni Walker says Diesel wins round 1. Cole wins rounds 2 and 3.
It's fine. I'm finally, like, the past 2 days or the first 2 days, I'm getting wins in like 6 months. So it's about time.
Cole, I know Zinni very, very well. I've known her for a very long time.
Oh, really?
A dedicated listener to our sister station, 93.3 The Planet. She is one of the sweetest people you could possibly meet, but she's also quiet like a mouse.
But you can't get her votes back.
Yeah,
You
no,
can't get those votes back.
So I mean, I could understand. I know full well why Zenny would be nervous doing play-by-play for high school football. She is not the most talkative person until you get to know her, and then Katie barred the door. It's over at that point.
That's great. That's great. Let's go to the text line. Bo chimes in 71307 says, I can't vote today. Just wanted to say have a great weekend, fellas. Well, Bo, why can't you
Why
vote?
not? You're
Why
listening.
not? I mean, are your fingers not able to type in Cole Sweeps? I mean, I can spell it for you.
No, don't be
C-O-L-E.
stacking. Don't be stacking the deck. That's not cool.
Let's see here. 491, all caps. Cole Sweeps. I did get the win there. 431, DJ, because they have equal talent and the revenge factor because of what Clemson did him and their fans. Text line a little slow today on these round 1, round 2, round 3 fights. They always are a little delayed, more so than the stream. CJ from Greer, Cole Sweeps. I am racking it up today.
God.
I mean, you know what, man? I don't want to hear it. You have won for the past 4 weeks in a row every day. I mean, gosh, I just want to win them all. I need some wins. Hey, real quick, Diesel, see if you find this fascinating while the votes continue to come in, because that's all of them for now. 19 minutes ago, Diesel, your live reaction to this. On3 Sports has reported Colorado has banned a Denver columnist from asking questions due to a series of sustained personal attacks on Deion Sanders. A sports information staffer cited his use of phrases such as false prophet, deposition Deion, Planet Prime, Bruce Lee of BS, the Deion Kool-Aid, and circus.
Honestly, a couple of those are good nicknames.
They are. They really are.
Yeah,
especially
those aren't bad.
Deposition Deion.
Oh my God. I mean, why not just pull his credential? Why are we at this point where we're going to let him come in and do his job, but we're also going to ban him from Stop with that.
You know what I say, Diesel? You know what my response to that is? What do you prefer, Diesel? Your answer here. Do you prefer Cottonelle or Scott Brand or Charmin or Quickly? What else? I mean, what am I missing here?
Angel Soft.
I mean, what are we? Come on, Deion, Colorado.
Well, first of all, Cottonelle is the only thing that touches my backside. I don't use store brand. I don't use single ply.
Sure.
None of that kind of stuff. Okay. I go for the best of the best. There's some things in life, obviously, Cole, that you just don't skimp on. You don't buy cheap beer. You don't buy cheap bacon, and you don't buy cheap toilet paper.
Real quick, before we get back to the text, I want to say this. You lived in New York for a short time. I lived in Dallas for a short time. You know, as well as I do, being in sports, the markets like LA, Dallas, New York, where it's tough on coaches, Diesel, because the reporters just grill you all season long if you're not winning. There's no way Deion could last in one of those markets. If he can't make it in Colorado because of the tough questions, don't go to a big city or a big market where the reporters ask you tough questions.
Yeah, you got to be the big boys here in Colorado. You have to take the high road. You just don't answer the questions. If he tries to be a jerk and ask you questions like that, if he continues to write stuff like that in your column, just don't call on him. Yep. Let him show up. Let him go to the personal expense of driving to the stadium every day. Let him fly out to the away games. And as he raises his hand, just don't call on him.
I agree with you. I agree. Make him waste his time, right? Hey, and by the way, Diesel, you did get a win. Blue Devils Reed says, I think Diesel wins all 3 rounds. Diesel's the GOAT at the 5 o'clock fight.
Yeah.
The GOAT of the fight.
It.
Tolo Steve says, clean sweep for Cole.
Just feeling good about myself, and then you take it away.
I was going to say, I think today's my favorite 5 o'clock. Can we use these same 3 rounds every day? I just like these 3 rounds. The questions that you asked were absolutely phenomenal. Good job on that, by the way. Diesel, in the very next segment, I ask you, as well as our Tolos, with the NFL season approaching, the preseason almost in the rearview mirror, who do you and I think? Who do our Tolos think is the biggest threat to Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs in 2024? Our thoughts as well as yours next.
in if you're man enough.
844 Fan Phone. This is Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson on the Fan Upstate.
Diesel, you know the NFL season is just around the corner. Thank God there's only 1 week of preseason left. Let's get that out of the way and get to the meat and potatoes, right? I love NFL. I cannot wait. I don't know why, because my Dallas Cowboys are going to suck it up like they always do. I should be used to that, but I'm not. Here I am again.
You mean they're going to Amber Heard the bed?
Well, yeah, sign me up. I'm in the front of the line. Who wants to get joked by Jerry again this year? Here am I. Send me, right? I mean, well, every single year it's the same thing, but I fall for it every single season, so there's nothing new there. But I want to take a look, and I want to hear from our Tolos as well, 71307, those that do follow the NFL. We're also live on the stream, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. Phone lines 844-FAN-PHONE. That's F-A-N, phone, F-O-N-E. Diesel, if we have to look and find a serious threat to the Chiefs this season, because we all know that it doesn't matter if Patrick Mahomes has Tyreek Hill. It doesn't matter who he has. He's going to win the Super Bowl, it feels like, every other year. I mean, what he did last year, their defense, they're just incredible year in and year out. So who do we think is the biggest threat to Kansas City in 2024? Let's start in the AFC, where the Chiefs reside. I want to give you a team one by one, Diesel, and as I present you with the team, I'm going to bring you the team in a nice envelope, right? And we're going to open it up, and I'm going to present this team for you, and I want you to tell me, yeah, they could be a serious threat to the Chiefs in terms of Super Bowl, making a run, or nah, they're not going to be a serious threat to the Chiefs. I want to start in the AFC, a team that lost 2 really good receivers in Buffalo, Josh Allen, Sean McDermott, and the Buffalo Bills. Diesel, in your opinion, can Buffalo be a serious threat in 2024 to the Kansas City Chiefs?
Buffalo just continues to crap the bed.
Yep.
Year in and year out. They have a great roster. They have a good quarterback, or so people say. I mean, people used to brag about how great Andrew Luck was, even when his Colts couldn't win anything. Like, I think there's this buildup in people's minds that Josh Allen is just a phenomenal quarterback. But can you be considered a great quarterback if you just can't get it done in the biggest games? No, the Bills are not a legitimate threat.
So here's what's fascinating. I love Josh Allen. I think Josh Allen's a very good quarterback. However, I hear you say that, and I find it difficult to rebuttal because he hasn't gotten it done. Their teams had talent. He lost Diggs. He lost other receivers like Gabe Davis, and this team now, in like Josh Allen's 5th, 6th, 7th season, they're kind of like, okay, well, do we really believe that Sean McDermott's the guy? Josh Allen's a fantastic quarterback. I don't think Bills fans and any realistic football fan out there questions whether or not Josh Allen can lead them there, but it just seems like even with the talent that he's had, he hasn't been able to do it. And that does raise concern for me. So I'm going to go in the same boat as you. I'm going to agree with you on that one. I do not think the Bills in 2024 will be a legitimate threat to Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. Keep it in the AFC. May I present to you, Diesel, a team that acquired Derrick Henry in the offseason to pair with star-studded quarterback in Lamar Jackson. Harbaugh, obviously a very good coach and an always good Baltimore defense. Had a very good season, but last year, once again, unable to get the job done in the postseason. Can I present the Baltimore Ravens to you, Diesel, as a team that can be a legitimate threat for the Chiefs in 2024?
A legitimate threat? Yes. I do think the Ravens are a really good football team. They're always good, right?
Yep.
Lamar Jackson is just phenomenal. This roster is absolutely loaded. They just got Derrick Henry. They've got a good, a little bit older running back, but they just keep adding experience. They're one of those veteran teams that feels like they're gonna pop. Eventually, It's gonna hit. Now it's got to hit soon because Lamar Jackson is not. He's not a super young quarterback anymore. He's starting to get a little bit of age on him, so he's certainly not near the end of his career, but he could be 3-4 years away from starting to see that decline in his skill set, and he predicates it on fast twitch. He predicates running the football himself. So eventually those things are going to start to slow down. And of course, that's when the big hits come, because you just don't have that escapability that you once had. So the clock is certainly ticking on the Baltimore Ravens. And if they're going to threaten, it better be soon. It better be this year or next.
Yeah, I can't push back there. And what you said on Lamar, he's not old, but to your point, and to your point, when you have a skill set, kind of like Cam Newton did, where you're going to get hit, where you're going to take really big hits from really good defenses, where you use your legs as a big part of your game, that's fine and dandy. However, Diesel, you and I both know that doesn't last forever, right? And I think when you look at that situation that they're in, that could be a big question mark in terms of the next 3 to 5, maybe 6 years, as you talked about. I do consider him a legitimate threat in 2024, especially with the addition of Derrick Henry. You're right, older back, not the same Derrick Henry we saw in college. We've seen that back shelf lives are not long.
Lamar Jackson is 27 years old, Cole. Do we really think that at 33, he's still going to be the same player he was at 24, 25, 26, 27? No,
he won't be as fast. He won't have that same burst, right?
This is that sweet spot. And we've heard from players, we've heard from guys say that, as they start to get a little bit older, their physical skills diminish just a little bit, but their mental capacity to process the game increases, right? Because they've got that experience under their belt. So there's this sweet spot right in the middle. And I feel like Lamar Jackson is right there. So this is as good as it's going to get. You've got that experience under your belt. You've had a couple of seasons in the NFL. You better get it done now.
Well, here's the deal. You're not going to get Derrick Henry forever. And as I was talking about the shelf life of a running back in the NFL, Ezekiel Elliott showed in a perfect illustration that those first few years, you can be dynamite, right? You can be TNT. However, as those years go on, as Father Time continues to take years from you, you're not going to be the same back. So I do agree with you. I do think they're a legitimate threat this year, but I thought last year was the year they got over the hump, and they didn't. I still do believe in Lamar. I still think Lamar's a fantastic quarterback, but I completely agree with you. They got to start doing it now. Same division, AFC North, Diesel. Joe Shiesty is back. He's healthy. He has blonde hair. Are the Bengals a legitimate threat to the Chiefs?
Oh, man. Joe Burrow is the real Slim Shady. He has stood up. I like the Bengals. I think they could certainly push. Now, we just have to see how good is his health, right? Can he stay healthy? When he was good, when he was healthy 2 years ago, Joe Burrow in the NFL was everything that we thought he was going to be. He came out of college just with his hair on fire, ready to go. I like the Bengals quite a bit. I'm not super familiar with a lot of their wide receivers, with the receiving room and how things have changed over the past couple of seasons. But I like Joe Burrow a lot as a quarterback. I think he's one of those guys that can make it work with just about any wide receiver room.
So here's what I'd say about Joe and the Bengals. I love Joe Burrow. I think he's a fantastic quarterback. I love his charisma. I love his talent. However, the NFL is used, Diesel, in a way that is harsh sometimes, but it's true. What do I mean by that? The NFL is used by using those three letters, not for long, right? And those three letters, not for long, that's a harsh reality in the NFL, and it comes quickly. I'm not saying we're anywhere near there with Joe Burrow. However, what I am telling you is sometimes organizations do have a lightning in the bottle type scenario. I'm not saying Cincinnati a few years ago when they went to the Super Bowl, I'm not saying they were lightning in a bottle. Joe Burrow is never going to be back. That's not what I'm saying. But what I am telling you is it's hard. This is the National Football League. Getting back to the Super Bowl is tough. Year in and year out. It's obviously everyone's goal. I don't know, Diesel, for whatever reason, and I haven't felt like this for long. However, for whatever reason, I don't think the Bengals are a threat. I don't think the Bengals are a threat. I just think when you have a guy like Joe Burrow who's out for a little while, you're going to have to rebuild that chemistry. Are they going to be very good? Sure. I think they'll be a 10-win team. They're going to be in contention for the playoffs, but a legitimate threat, they've got to gel back quickly. Now, you'll say, Cole, Joe Burrow went to the Super Bowl with the worst offensive line in football. Yes, he did. But again, it is super hard to replicate that type of success. Getting there once, that's a challenge. Staying there when your quarterback's out, getting guys to gel. You've got a wide receiver who still hasn't gotten his contract negotiation resolved. There's still some things that are going to happen. They're still a good team, but it's the NFL, and it's not for long. That's just the reality of it. All right. We have time for maybe one, maybe two more. Let's go to the NFC. Legitimate threat to the Kansas City Chiefs. The Philadelphia Eagles. Jalen Hurts. The Eagles, Diesel, get Saquon Barkley as their running back from New York during the offseason. NFC East opponent, it's a rival for me. I hate Philly. Sorry, Sly Guy, but I'm a Cowboys fan. Do you view Philadelphia as a legitimate threat to Kansas City?
Not really. I mean, they've got a lot of talent around the football all over the place. I like Jalen Hurts, but he's such an up and down kind of guy. If it's an up year, sure, but we don't know that it's going to be an up year. So I'm not super sold on Jalen Hurts. He's got to do it with more consistency.
Sure.
This is one of those things. It's a league where you have to build over the course of multiple seasons to make yourself a legitimate contender. And the quarterback position is still a question mark for me, even though at times he's been great, at times he hasn't.
So there's been inconsistencies with Jalen Hurts. First year, not really good. Second year, really good. Super Bowl. Third year, not so good. Him and Nick Sirianni have not gotten on the same page. There were reports that came out a few weeks ago about last year and the way that Philadelphia team started so hot. They were the hottest team in America, and they just fell flat on their face in 2023. There are serious issues between Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts, and I do believe that there are still continuing issues that will that will pop up during Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni's relationship, and as that relationship goes on and during this season, I don't think that's just going to magically go away is what I'm saying. I think there will continue to be problems in Philly until Philly realizes that Nick Sirianni is the JV coach and they need to get a guy in there who knows how to get him over the hump. I don't think Nick Sirianni is the answer. I'm fine with Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is a good quarterback. He's proven that he can get you there. He can be a good enough quarterback as long as he has the weapons around him to go to the Super Bowl. So I do agree with you on that one. I don't see him as a serious threat yet. I still need to see more from Hurts and Sirianni when it comes to them being a threat to the Chiefs. Last one, real quick, rapid fire. LA Rams. Matthew Stafford's getting old, but they still have a lot of talent. Diesel, I think the Rams might be a threat this year.
No. They're an old football team. No way. I mean,
shut that down.
They can be a good football team, but they're also an old football team, and you got to be right there in that sweet spot with youth, with experience. They're just too old.
Diesel says no way. All right, I gave you my best shot. I wanted to try one more. Couldn't get it on you.
How about this year, the 49ers with Brock Purdy? Do you think he captures lightning in a bottle again? Brock Purdy was great. Is he going to be one of those, unheralded guys who turns out to be an elite QB, kind of Tom Brady light, if you will, a guy that can kind of punch way above his weight class and stay there? Or do you think he's kind of a flash in the pan?
It's a great question, Diesel. I like Brock Purdy. Here's the issue. San Francisco in the last 6 years, they've been the best team in football year in and year out in the regular season. They have been so good, so dominant, so physical. Debo, Brandon Ayuk, that defensive line, both, they have been so good. They've gone through quarterbacks. We saw that Trey Lance didn't work out. Jimmy G moved on. And then they bring in Brock Purdy, who's been phenomenal. I'm not by any means saying that the San Francisco run is over, but boy, you only get so many chances in the NFL. And what franchise has gotten more chances? It's like the Braves in the 90s. It's exactly what the Braves in the 90s are a very good illustration of what San Francisco is. And San Francisco hasn't really been able to get over that hump in the last few years. The Braves won one, felt like in the 90s they should have won 1 million, right? Should have won 5 in a row, or at least 2 out of 4. They didn't. I'm just saying when it comes to San Francisco, eventually time's going to run out.
And also, Brandon Ayuk is unhappy. That's one of your best players, one of your best wide receivers. He's unhappy. And the question is, can he be professional and go out there and play at a high level if he's not happy? Or is he going to pout and shut himself down?
Great question.
I can't wrap my mind around being paid a lot of money, being on one of the best teams in the game, being on a real competitor to go out and win something that some players strive their entire careers to be on a team as good as the 49ers are right now. And he seemingly wants off that roster just to go chase a paycheck.
I'm with you. He's in a good spot, but for whatever reason, not happy. So that could be a factor. Really could.
When we come back, Cole, there's a lot happening in the sports world. We'll get to our Daily Wires again, a bunch of stories that we didn't get a chance to touch on the last Daily Wires. That's coming up next right here on the Fan Upstate. Find our podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, and everywhere you are on the free Odyssey app. A lot happening out in the sports world, Cole. We call this segment Our Daily Wires. This is the buzz happening out there right now. This is one, Cole, that we could spend 15 minutes on. Valentina Petrillo has made history as the first transgender woman at the Paralympics. Now, I'm looking at a photo, Cole, and I haven't dug too deep into the story, but I'm looking at the photo. And I don't see anything outwardly, overtly wrong with Valentina Petrillo. Like competing at the Paralympics, you'd normally see somebody with a prosthetic leg, a prosthetic arm, being in a wheelchair, something like that. There's none of that. So I question here, Cole, is the Paralympic Committee identifying transgenderism now as a disability?
That would
qualifying you to compete here.
That would cause quite the red flag for those that believe opposite, right?
Yeah.
Boy, would that cause a storm.
It would. Breaking news for our Carolina Panthers fans. Bryce Young is going to play.
What?
Now, this call would have been the boldest strategy if their plan would have been to just keep Bryce Young out for the entire season and not play any of the starters for the entire season. Now, that's a bold plan that I can get behind.
Bold, Cotton.
Yeah.
I mean, look, you
gonna
gotta get him some. I'm glad he is. But to your point, it's at 1:00 tomorrow, and we'll all be like enthralled with Georgia Tech,
I'm not gonna watch.
State.
I'm not gonna watch.
So yeah, I'm not gonna.
You would have to just be an absolutely over the moon insane NFL fan,
PSL holder, right?
to watch Carolina Panthers preseason against. I think it's the Bills, right? That's who they're playing.
Sounds right.
Right?
I think it's at Buffalo. Yeah.
Instead of watching Florida State and Georgia Tech,
You can get those Bryce Young clips on a highlight later. You can catch it later.
Two of them.
Oh,
And hey, that's not meant to necessarily be a dig because, yeah, Bryce Young and the starters are going to play, but like what, a couple of series at most. So
they're going to be so bad. One series is only going to last 2 plays. Interception.
God. If I'm Dave Canales, I'm leaving him in saying you can't come out until you score a touchdown, which might take them until week number 5.
They can't. They have lights in Buffalo.
Yeah, I think OJ paid for him. The Atlanta Braves beat the Phillies last night 3-2, so they take the series.
How about that?
Speaking of the chop, Cole, I've seen video from Dublin, and Florida State has shown out. The fans are all over it.
I'll be honest with you, man. I thought maybe I'm underestimating Florida State fans. I was kind of expecting not a big showing from Florida State and Georgia Tech fans this weekend.
Oh, man. So you were thinking it's just going to be mostly locals and a handful of fans who got the cash?
It's just a lot. It's like those flights were expensive.
Yeah.
Then the game tickets. I don't know. Florida State, Georgia Tech, the actual game ticket may not have been outrageous, but the flights over there, that's got to be $1,000, right?
So the Panthers play in Germany this year, isn't that correct? Or was that last year? I think it was last year. No, I think it's this year. I've seen and I have heard from some different Carolina Panthers pundits that there are packages available. You can just pay one fee.
It is this year.
One fee, and that gets your tickets over there, your plane tickets there and back, gets your tickets to the game, your hotel, all of that, Cole. If your team, and I know you're a diehard Clemson fan, if Clemson was playing a big opponent, just pick somebody, right? Texas A&M. If they're playing LSU in Rome, would you max out that credit card to make that trip in style?
No.
Listen,
you're barely going to get me in Atlanta.
God.
I know. I'm not going overseas look. They played in Glendale, Arizona in the national freaking championship, right? I know a lot of Clemson fans went, but that's still a long way to Glendale,
and it's
Arizona.
A lot of scratch, too.
It's a lot of cheese. There's no doubt about it. So, no, if you go over the pond, I'm staying on this side of the pond.
How long is that international flight? If you're making it to the western part of Europe?
I don't know. I've been to Israel, and in Israel was 13 hours. And that was, man, and Diesel, Israel's not far. Like, when you look at a map, it's not far into that continent. So 13 hours felt like forever.
That's an 8-hour flight, direct flight, obviously, from Atlanta to London. It's an 8-hour flight. So you're talking about roughly not bad.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't like flying anything longer than 4. I'm done after 4, okay? That's enough for me. You can fly to Arizona in 4 hours.
True.
You can't. That's double that to get over to a potential London game for Clemson and LSU fans. No, thank you. I think I'll just sit and watch it on television. But hey, shout out to the fans who got that kind of money. Shout out to the fans who are willing to max out those credit cards. Those are our daily wires. Cole, I know you have got to skedaddle. You got about an hour to prep for your duties over there calling Earns High School football. It's here, 1 hour away, and we'll hear you back on these airwaves.
Let's do it. Good luck, man. Appreciate you. A lot of fun.
When we come back, we'll replay the interview from earlier in the show with Shane Connuck of the Charlotte Observer. That's coming up next right here on the Fan Upstate.
Unfiltered sports insanity on roads to the courts and the gridiron to the tracks.
Electrifying sports talk from start to finish.
You're going wire to wire
With Diesel and Cole Bryson.
on the Fan Upstate.
We've talked a lot of backwards and forwards as far as football goes, but we haven't covered a lot of left turns. We do that right now with Shane Connuck of the Charlotte Observer. He joins us here on the Fan Upstate. Shane, number one, thank you for joining us every week as you do. We appreciate your time. And I mean, you got your work cut out for you this year because I know you cover Charlotte 49ers football. Are they expected to take any kind of a big leap forward this season, or is it going to kind of be more of the same?
No, it's another step in the right direction for the Charlotte 49ers this year. Year 2 of Biff Poggi, year 2 in the American Athletic Conference. They're over under a year ago, 2.5. They did hit the over, won 3 games, but they are fired up this year. They've got a lot of new transfers. They've got some new additions, a good group that is hungry, that wants to be there. And I think they're going to turn some heads this year.
Interesting, Shane. We'll have to keep an eye on that. To be honest with you, I don't follow Charlotte like that in terms of the 49ers, but we'll see if you're right on that. How excited are you, Shane Connuck, now that Diesel has filled you in on the Eagles Upset Picks Challenge?
I'm very excited. I mean, we have football, high school football kicking off. I just heard you talking about how you're on site for a Burns High School away game right now. We have high school football kicking off tonight, college football this weekend, NFL in a couple of weeks, the NASCAR playoffs coming up. It is a fun time of the year.
So, Shane, I want to get into that, the NASCAR playoffs, and there's one driver that you wrote about that's going to be starting kind of in the negatives, which is something you cannot do if you're playing the Upset Picks Challenge. You cannot go into the negatives, but NASCAR has thrown down a pretty hefty penalty against Denny Hamlin and his team for disassembling a winning engine and rebuilding it before turning it over to NASCAR for inspection. Why is doing that such a big deal? And in your opinion, was the Hamlin crew trying to hide something, or was it simply a mistake?
It seems like it was a mistake, but we will never know. And the fact that the 11 team is as tied to this, Joe Gibbs Racing is as tied to this as both of those teams are, it is clear that this is a big deal because Denny Hamlin is not just a good driver. He had been having one of the best years of his career, had been one of the best cars in the sport every single week. We talked about it last week that he's favored seemingly every week at every track. He's a driver this year. Anytime he's in there, he's in position to win, and he has gotten 3 wins to his name already. And now with this all unraveling, it goes to show you that you never know all of what's going on and that you know how closely NASCAR inspects these cars after every race and how much they're trying to keep everybody on that even playing field. But Hamlin's Toyota Camry, after winning at Bristol, like you said, they just tore down the engine and rebuilt it before it went to inspections. That's not allowed, and it seemed very obvious and eventually came out, and NASCAR came down hard on Hamlin himself in addition to his team.
You can follow him on X, on Twitter, at Shane_Connuck. Shane, I was very unimpressed, and I know there's nothing they can do about it, but this past weekend with football around the corner, especially in this part of the country in the South, people's minds are already turned to the pigskin, right, to the gridiron. And NASCAR's inability to finish a race on Sunday because they don't have lights at a track. And I get that lights are expensive. Lights cost money. I understand all of that. But them having to finish the race on Monday, I just feel like it's a big blow to a sport that doesn't have as much traction as they used to have and are trying to get back.
It is, and especially when we're sitting around all day waiting to start a race at a particular time, it seemed like even though they didn't wait forever, that before 2:30 it wasn't raining as much, and that a lot of that potential weather was going to come later in the afternoon. It feels like a lot of times they don't pick the right windows on the right days, and that when you prioritize television that much, and Denny Hamlin has talked about that and awful announcing and some other non-NASCAR outlets have kind of written about that because of how much this sport prioritizes TV. and that right now it's leading to things like we saw this past weekend and just hoping to run a certain number of green flag laps. And then if you need to do something crazy and have a finish like we had at Chicago and just have a clock counting down to create some buzz, that's what it's got to be. And if it's that you just got to break it up in 2 days and have everyone come back on Monday, that's what they did this time. But it feels like NASCAR knows it has a lot of people who are going to be watching the race every week, whether they break it up into 2, whether they go 50 laps or not. They know that the people who are going to care about the race will care about it no matter what. And NASCAR is really just trying to put itself in the best positions for television, for media ratings. And at this point, again, like you said, we're getting into a part of the season now where people's attentions are going to be toward high school football, toward college football. And as we get further and further into the playoffs, it should be the most important part of the NASCAR year. It feels like there's just, in a lot of ways, just as much buzz earlier, even during certain months in the middle of the season.
He does an absolutely marvelous job covering NASCAR and many other things for the Charlotte Observer. Shane Connuck joins us on the Fan Upstate. Shane, there's changes coming to the cars on Sunday at the Coke Zero Sugar 400, a new air deflector that's going to be added to the right side of the cars to hopefully, I guess, prevent some of these big crashes. Smart move or ultimately not going to matter?
It'll probably be hard for the average viewer to really fully understand, but it's important, and it happens after Corey LaJoie went for quite a spin during the continuation on Monday. LaJoie and his number 7 Spire Motorsports Chevy actually flipped and then just skirted down the backstretch with his car just upside down, eventually topples back over. It was one of the bigger wrecks we've seen over the last few seasons. I heard it right away compared to Ryan Preece's wreck at Daytona, now exactly a year ago this weekend. And it raised some questions about safety in these new cars that they're driving. That it seems like, fortunately, we aren't having much severe injury, but that these cars do allow that. This wasn't even the first time that we saw LaJoie upside down this year after a big wreck earlier in the year that involved LaJoie as well. So there are questions right now about safety of these cars. It feels like what NASCAR is putting in the cars this weekend starting now is going to be a step toward that.
Shane, do you sense that NASCAR, with 2 weeks left of the regular season before the round of 16 arrives, do you sense that NASCAR accomplishes what they want? Because we know that in football and other sports, right when you get to the playoffs, there's so much buildup in terms of pressure on teams, right? Do you feel like NASCAR accomplishes and completes that same buildup to their playoff?
I think that in a lot of ways they do, and that NASCAR itself really used that with the Netflix series that released before this season. NASCAR leaned in to the drama that a playoff bracket with 16 drivers who are all fighting for their own shot at a championship, all of the drama that produces as just a general sports fan. And then those pieces of drama that build to that are all about the tensions among drivers and things about racing that if you're a race fan, you might not even know. And if you're an average viewer, it doesn't just introduce you to NASCAR, but it introduces you to these athletes as people. And so the point is that if NASCAR is moving in a direction where it's going to have an in-season tournament with hopes of just having more eyeballs on races, watching individual drivers in different ways, that the playoffs, like every other sport, allow for anyone who has a remote interest in the sport to be like, oh, it's the playoffs. It's the end of the year. We're chasing a championship. I want my guy to win. I want this guy not to win. And in every other sport, if there's ever a time that people are going to tune in to baseball, people say, oh, I'll watch in October when it matters. NASCAR has the ability to really build up its playoffs. But like we were just talking about earlier, my personal belief on it is that as long as it is behind football every Sunday, it's going to be a problem. There's only so much it can do, and I think it knows that. And that's why it's trying to capitalize on the summer months if it can, capitalize on the Daytona 500 and big things in the beginning of the season. But if it can maximize the most out of its playoffs, I think the eventual decision to be made, and Chase Elliott said something about this recently, being a Georgia native and understanding how big college football is, especially in the South, that there's just no reason to compete against football every week and expect to get those massive ratings that the sport really deep down hopes for.
Follow him on Twitter at Shane_Connuck, joining us here on the Fan Upstate. You mentioned it there. They're headed to Daytona this weekend, a track that's just steeped in mystique and steeped in history. Talladega, Bristol, a couple of more tracks that are kind of in that same vein of tracks that just have so much mystique. Which track or tracks do you think actually deserve a little bit more of that mystique that you might put on par with those three?
Yeah, Daytona, definitely right up there. Talladega, absolutely. You have Darlington, as iconic as it is. Nothing like races at Charlotte Motor Speedway, whether that's the Coca-Cola 600 or the Roval that changes it up during the playoffs. I would really go with those older tracks, those particularly the ones that currently have 2 races on the schedule. But it's interesting now because you can also argue that it's better for some of those tracks to have 1 race, especially even with Bristol. It got to the point that they were trying to have races on the dirt and change up that other race. At Charlotte now with the Roval, like we was just saying, trying to have the second race be a little bit different. It does add to the value of a track if there's only one time that you go there every year. But with a lot of these tracks now, you're used to having 2 races there. So that's why with Bristol, with Charlotte, they try to add something, a little twist to it in any way they can. But to answer the question about which track is the most iconic in this sport, I go with Talladega. Just the size, the history, the location of it, being in the middle of nowhere. There is no place like Talladega on this circuit.
Just click your heels while you say it, Shane. There's no place like Talladega. Shane Connuck of the Charlotte Observer joining us. Shane, when you look at the last 2 weeks, I'm convinced that a guy like Chris Buescher, who we've put a lot of pressure on this season, I'm just convinced that he's kind of checked out. I don't know if he can get it done with 2 more weeks to go, but tomorrow night's race, 7:30, Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona, as Diesel mentioned. What do you expect in terms of the playoff push? Drivers who just 2 weeks ago we saw this happen, who may take that approach of just wrecking the entire field in order to get a win.
Just as important for Chris Buescher. The one who I'm really looking at now is Ty Gibbs, because Ty has been a strong driver all season. In his first full season in the Cup with the 54 car for Joe Gibbs Racing, 21 years old, stepping up into potentially becoming a future star of this sport, being the grandson of one of its Hall of Famers in Coach Joe Gibbs. And so Ty this year has appeared to have one of the fastest cars, particularly clear among the fastest Toyotas week in, week out, has won his first poles of his career, has run toward the front, has led laps, but Ty Gibbs yet to find a win. And we're getting down to a point in the season where it's not out of the question for Ty Gibbs to get to victory lane. And he's even the kind of driver who throughout the season people talk about being in contention for a win. And I think that now, especially with Denny Hamlin, seemingly, even if he ends up getting a win in one of these final races of the regular season, it wouldn't do as much. The points that Denny Hamlin lost are significant. Even if Hamlin he now is going to need to likely win multiple races throughout the playoffs just to be able to advance, because he's not starting off at the top the way he usually does. And so with a guy like Ty Gibbs, that allows for him to succeed even more. Christopher Bell this year, it's felt like some of the races he's won, Denny Hamlin has ultimately had the fastest car and eventually not let Christopher Bell win, but the strategy and the way that they end up deciding to do things, we ended up having Bell appear to have the fastest Toyota and thus the fastest car at different points this year. And being a younger up-and-coming JGR driver, that makes sense. But Ty Gibbs is a realistic candidate for a future face of NASCAR. Joe Gibbs, as long as he's been in the sport, has had tremendous impact. And now having a grandson who's been regarded as an up-and-coming driver throughout his career, and now being in the Cup Series at this age and already being effective, we might be seeing a lot of Ty Gibbs depending on what happens these next 2 weeks, because he needs a win to get in the playoffs.
Shane, I'm going to put a couple extra zeros on your paycheck here. You are now a NASCAR driver. You've got the lead with 3 laps to go. Who's the most intimidating driver in NASCAR right now going into the playoff? If you're there running first, who do you absolutely not want to see right there on your bumper in the rear view?
Kyle Larson, because he proved it to us back at one of the photo finishes we had this year when Larson nipped Chris Buescher at the line. How was it, of all people, of course it was Kyle Larson who ended up winning that race and getting one of the 4 wins that he has, the most of any driver. People think he is the best person to get into any race car, and I believe that he is. Kyle Larson in a NASCAR Cup Series car, though, that's his forte. That's the car that he knows how to drive better than any other, and this year he has proven it more than any in his career. Even though he had the 10 wins in his championship year in 2021, it is more competitive than ever, and Larson is finding ways to have more success than any other driver in the world.
Shane, you're the man. Great stuff. Were you able to get acclimated on how the Upset Picks Challenge works?
I was. I'm ready for that as well.
You like Notre Dame? Oh, excuse Notre Dame. I'm thinking Ireland, Dublin, Ireland. Notre Dame. You like Georgia Tech, Florida State tomorrow? You think Georgia Tech can pull the upset?
I do, but the reality is that with as fired up as Florida State is, I feel like we're all making that pick. I don't see it. Florida State is definitely winning in Dublin tomorrow, but Montana State going into New Mexico to start its season tomorrow, I like what I see from them.
That was our pick too, wasn't it?
So Shane, you like Montana? You actually like New Mexico to pull the upset over Montana State. The wild thing about that is Montana State, the FCS team, very good FCS team, top 10 preseason power rankings, going on the road to play at a bottom, I think, 15 in FBS New Mexico. But New Mexico has a new head coach, Bronco Mendenhall. He's out there now. Obviously, he was fantastic when he was at BYU. Is that the game you want?
Yeah.
All right. He's taking New Mexico plus, I believe it's 11.5 as of Wednesday. The line might have moved just a little bit.
Yeah,
but we locked those
13.5 now on draft.
Oh, wow. That thing is mad. That's had some serious movement, Cole. You said it started at 4.
Yeah, 4.5, something like that.
Okay.
That's nuts. What happened to cause? I mean, did the team get stranded? I mean, how does it go from 4.5 to 13? That's great. Shane, you're the man. We appreciate you being on with us.
Appreciate you guys. Excited to talk next week.
Absolutely. Shane Connuck's the absolute best. Charlotte Observer. No one does it like Shane does.
If you watch the Olympics with crumbs on your shirt and cheese dust on your fingers and say, I can do that, you're listening to The Right Show.
You're going wire to wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson on the Fan Upstate.
Tampa starting left tackle, Ike Ekwonu is entering his
Upstate.
Still got some Tolos getting in their upset picks late in the game. You got just about 35 minutes left. If you haven't entered the Upset Picks Challenge brought to you by Ingles, you got 34 minutes left to text in. 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. This game gets bigger and bigger and bigger every single year. First week, we are now up to somewhere in the range of 70, 75 Tolos getting into this, and it's just going to grow as the season progresses. We're ultimately trying to figure out which one of you Tolos is the best at calling the upsets. That's all you got to do. Go on ESPN.com, find the lines, and make your guess. Make your pick as to which one of these games could end up in an upset. Here's how it works. If you pick a game and you get it right, you get the points by which that team was an underdog added to your season-long total. If you get a pick wrong, you lose a point. If you don't pick at all, you lose 2 points. Now, you can't go below 0. So if you get this week's pick wrong, you're still going to stay at 0 going into week 1. But you got 4 games to choose from here in quote-unquote week 0 of the college football season. You've got Georgia Tech versus Florida State. You've got Nevada and SMU. You've got Montana State and New Mexico. And then you've got Hawaii, Delaware State. We're not even sure if Delaware State has made it to the game. Like, they were having some serious issues catching their flights, getting on buses, getting to the game. So we're not entirely sure if they've made it all the way to Hawaii for that game. Just imagine being a fan of one of those teams. Imagine being a Hawaii fan living on the mainland and you hadn't been paying attention and you fly all the way to Hawaii for the game and then you find out, oh, there's not a game. But I guess at least you're still in Hawaii, right? You're still in a good spot. So you just go on vacation for a couple of days. Still got picks rolling in, and we've had several throughout the day today. Got a shout out to JD, who's taking Georgia Tech over Florida State plus 10.5, as is John Dog. He's taking that one. A lot of money coming in, a lot of picks coming in on the New Mexico versus Montana State game. New Mexico is the home team. They are FBS. They are taking on Montana State, an FCS team. They're going to be the home team. Home team is New Mexico. Bronco Mendenhall, the head coach. Their quarterback's supposed to be legit this year. John Dog, Phillip Rollins. I got JT and Greer. Sherb taking that one. Let's see. Shane Connuck took that one, and Joey just got that one. Remember, we lock the spreads in at 3:00 when we start the contest. 3:00 on Wednesdays, we lock these spreads in. So there's no advantage to waiting to get your pick in to see if the line moves. There's no detriment to waiting if the line moves, and you won't lose potentially a point or something like that if you get your pick in late. All those spreads are locked in at 3:00 on Wednesdays. So no matter what, if you pick the same game as someone, you will get the same number of points added to your season-long total. It's a blast. It's always a good time. Can't wait to see if anybody scores this week. Yeah, not a lot of choices this week, but a lot of people could be scoring a heck of a lot of points in this first week of the season. So you got just about 30 minutes and 30 seconds left by texting in at 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. Text me your name, your game, and the spread. That's the requirement. Your name, your game, and the spread. If you leave out any piece of that information, it is an invalid pick. Kyle D gets in. He says he'll take Georgia Tech over Florida State. Let's see. E. Thoughty finally gets his pick in. He says, give me Nevada over SMU. That one's a 25-point spread. E. Thoughty, you hit that one. You're set up very, very well for the season. And Texter here says, this is JD, says, most popular pick never hits. The pickings were slim this week, but hey, can't go below 0, so let's make some points. Go Yellow Jackets, says JD in Simpsonville. Appreciate you guys getting your picks in late. So as I teased in the last segment, we have a Tolo we have a Tolo fantasy football league. As a matter of fact, there's 2 leagues because it just got so big that they split this thing into 2 different leagues of 10. Well, a guy on Reddit posted a story that he had met a guy or heard of a guy who took a pretty unusual and potentially cruel punishment for finishing last in his fantasy football league. The guy here says that he came in last in his league, and his punishment was that he had to show up to his league's draft in Las Vegas a day earlier than everyone else with no hotel room and only $20 in his pocket. Think about that. You are in Sin City. You're in Las Vegas, the mecca of gambling in the United States, and you have exactly $20 and no hotel. What are you gonna do? What have you who have played in fantasy leagues? What have your punishments been to the worst player in the league? Text in 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. But I ask you, if you're in Las Vegas for 24 hours with only $20 in your pocket, what are you going to do with it? There's a lot of people in the comments on this Reddit thread saying things like, walk right into a casino, put all $20 on black and double your money, or lose all of it. That doesn't make any sense. That's not a particularly great strategy. Sure, if you hit, it's great, and you got a 50% chance of hitting on that bet. But that's not exactly what I would do with it. Now, not to say that I'm some sort of expert when it comes to being at a casino, because I'm not. I lost all the money that I walked in to gamble with when I was at the casino last week in New Mexico. But there are some ways. There are some ways and some interesting strategies that a couple of people have thrown out there. They said, you got to hit up all these casinos and sign up to be a part of their players clubs, because a lot of people in their players clubs earn free money to gamble with. And in case you don't know how that works, you put your name in. They, at least the casino that I was at in New Mexico last week, they call out about every 30 minutes to an hour. They call out over the PA that so-and-so has just won a prize. Come to the front desk to claim your prize. Now, you got to give them your email address, but like, hey, everybody's got your information these days. So like, what's the problem with giving up your email address? They can call you up to the front and say, hey, guess what? You just won $100 in free play. Oh, that's awesome. $100 in free play. There's no cash value to that $100 in free play. You can't take it to the cashier and get cash for it. But what you can do is gamble with that $100 in free play and then earn real money off of that. So again, I lost all the money that I played with in New Mexico, but my wife, she was like almost out of money. She had like $20 left at the roulette table. And then she gets called over to the front desk and they give her $100 in free play. And then she starts winning. She gets on a winning streak. And I think she banked something like $200 off of this $100 of free money, which is great. Now they reduce your odds. They reduce it's not the odds, but the payout. They reduce the payout if you're gambling with house money. They don't do the 1-to-1 payout on red or black. They don't. Then they reduce the 2-to-1 payout on the first third, second third, third, and they reduce some of the payouts in other ways as well. But hey, you can start putting some real money back by doing that. So that's what I would do. I would start hitting up each casino one by one, signing up for their players clubs, and maybe see if I can get some extra rewards there. Now, casinos out there, you can drink while you're on the gambling floor. So yeah, I think you hang out a little bit, maybe change your $20 into dollar chips, play the cheapest possible game that you can play, possibly get, that was the chair. That wasn't me, promise. You can change that $20 chip, that $20 into 20 chips, and you have 20 hands of a game that you can go play and potentially win some money and start racking up that way just a little bit. But here might be one of the most interesting and clever ways to deal with this situation. You're in Las Vegas, 24 hours with only $20 in your pocket. You do not have a hotel room. See, first of all, you can go in the casinos and just stay in the casinos, right? They operate 24/7. So you have a roof over your head. You're not exactly going to be out there in the desert alone for 24 hours. But here's what one person suggested, and I think this is absolutely genius. And I personally, if I saw this guy, I would help him out. One suggestion said, spend your $20 on a large piece of cardboard and a Sharpie and write, came in last in my fantasy league. This is my punishment. I'm in Las Vegas with only $20 and no hotel room. Please help me. And there's all kinds of people out there who would gamble on your ability to come back from having no money. So, yeah, you buy a piece of cardboard or you find a piece of cardboard. That's the smart way to do it. And you go buy a Sharpie or borrow one from a hotel. And then you've got $20 or $10 or $15 left in your pocket. And you're essentially panhandling for gambling money. I think it's absolutely brilliant. That is a fantastic way to deal with that situation. And I would highly suggest that our Tolos, who are in our Fan Upstate and Wire to Wire Fantasy Football League, to start coming up with some creative punishments for who finishes last in this league. I just hope that our Tolos who are in this league have the stones enough to agree to a punishment. Maybe not this year, but next year, hopefully this year as well. Agree to a punishment and accept whatever it's going to be. I think that needs to happen. Add a little extra juice, add a little extra fun to this thing. I would be down for that. So what do you guys think? What do you guys think about this punishment in this fantasy league to go to Las Vegas 24 hours before all your buddies who just kicked your ass in a fantasy league show up? Go there 24 hours in advance with just $20 in your pocket and see if you can survive in Las Vegas for 24 hours with just $20. Absolutely brilliant, absolutely fascinating way to handle that. And hey, these you Tolos are messaging in nonstop, getting your picks in. We got MD75 says, give me Georgia Tech plus 10.5. Texter says, sell your body if it's worth anything. If you're ever stuck in Vegas, I'd be stuck in Vegas for life. I love it. I love it, Texas. That's JD in Simpsonville. JD, you never know. You never know what degenerate might want to do with your body. So you could make some money that way. Let's see. Texter Pat Diesel says, I'll take New Mexico and the 13.5 over Montana State. Remember, Texter, you only get the 11.5. That was the spread that we locked in at 3:00 on Wednesday. It's okay if you get the spread just a little bit wrong. If the line has moved on us since we lock in the money, or since we lock in the spreads, we know what game you picked. We know what the spread is going to be. Everybody who picks the same game will get the same points. Brandon Burdett says he wants New Mexico over Montana State at 13.5. I haven't seen anything, you guys, to explain why this line has moved the way that it has. Bronco Mendenhall is the new head coach at New Mexico. They've got a legit quarterback starting for them this year who only played in limited snaps last year, but he threw the ball 68 times, if memory serves me correctly, threw 0 interceptions. He threw about 500 passing yards and then ran for close to another 350. So he is a legitimate dual threat guy. I'm excited to see how he does this season. New Mexico, the Aggies out there, they have, the Lobos, the New Mexico Lobos have one of my favorite mascots in college football. I love the creative and interesting mascots. So many of these messages coming in, guys. Trust me, I will copy all of these. I will get them added to our list. And of course, on Monday, we're going to find out how many of you scored. We're going to find out how many of you have put points on the board. Next week, obviously, week 1 in earnest is when this competition really gets going. And you're going to have the full gamut of games to choose. You can choose any game that there is a spread on. They don't put spreads on FCS games, not typically. I think they probably did that this week just because there were only 4 games to choose from. When we come back, it's time for an OG. The best thing we heard today is next, right here on 97.7 FM in Greenville, 97.1 FM in Spartanburg, and everywhere you are on the free Odyssey app.
A win is a win, whether it's on the real field of competition or over your 9.
Anybody who's lived in an apartment in the past ever knows that it sucks. Landlords at apartments always trying to find ways to screw you over, right? There's a charge for this. There's a charge for that. There's a charge when you do something. There's a charge when you don't do something. There's a charge when you don't clean up enough before you leave. When the person in front of you didn't clean up, how's that work, right? Like you always move into an apartment that's a little bit dirty, but then you get charged for not cleaning up well enough when you leave. Make that make sense. Well, make this make sense while you're at it. How about this? An apartment complex in Texas is going viral because they charged a dead woman $15,000 for breaking her lease when she died. Here is her son, David, talking about what happened and maybe how they're going to deal with this $15,000 charge.
The fact that they're coming after the next of kin, who, quite honestly, we loved our mom and we're still grieving, and all they care about is the money. And we went to the apartment complex, spoke with the leasing manager. He told us that he would use the security deposit towards the cleaning and turning over the apartment, and that they would terminate the lease. They want the rest of the about a year's long worth of rent from a dead person.
Unbelievable, right? I mean, I get if you want to charge somebody the cleanup fee that was the deposit, that's fine. And if the family doesn't want to deal with the final cleanup because they're grieving and they just kind of want to get this thing over with and done with, I'm fine with that. But this is just, it's getting to the point where it's absolutely ludicrous. And, you know, anybody who's still living in an apartment, I feel for you. I'm glad that I got out of an apartment exactly when I did, because good God, there's no way that I would want to deal with just those people, right? They charge you more and more and more money every year. They give you less and less and less services. And then they act like you're the jerk when you get mad about dealing with their stupid ass policies. Come on. Like we got to have an apartment leasing manager who's a Tolo, who's listening to the show right now, somebody who's lived in that world, somebody who's done that job. That's got to be one of the worst jobs in the world, right? That's like got to be worse than doing customer service for a cable company. Nobody ever calls customer service at a cable company when they're in a good mood. You get yelled at all the time when you're that person. Like nobody likes walking into the leasing office to pay their rent. Nobody likes dealing with them. Nobody likes having to go in there and say, well, what the hell? The apartment has run down. You didn't fix this. You didn't fix that. Why are you trying to charge me another $100 a month? This is ridiculous. I mean, can you tell me what it's like living in that world? Some sort of Tolo has got to have done that job at some point. 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. It's Diesel wrapping up the last couple of minutes here before we give way to Cole Bryson. Again, the dude will have been on the air here for hours. He is live at TL Hanna High School as Burns starts their 2024 campaign. It is a year unlike any other for the Burns Rebels. They are playing every single game on the road this year. Shout out to the Burns football team, the coaches, their families, the equipment managers, everybody who's traveling with that team, because y'all are going to be putting some serious miles on your vehicle this year. Burns, they got a tough slate, but I'm telling you, if it's me, if I'm a Burns player, I am using this to my advantage, right? I am putting a giant chip on my shoulder, and I know that I am going behind enemy lines, right? I am playing the toughest possible schedule that I can play, because number one, you're playing some really good football teams in the area in Spartanburg and down here in Greenville as well. And you're having to play every single game on the road. You're having to get ready early every Friday. You're getting back late from these games every single Friday. You're putting stress on your families. You're putting stress on your bodies doing all this stuff, all these extra hours that you wouldn't spend every other week if you were playing in your own friendly confines. But I'm telling you, if you're at Burns, it's going to be worth it, because that stadium that they're building up there is going to be absolutely beautiful, absolutely state-of-the-art, as that program deserves. Burns Football Stadium, let's be real, has been kind of a dump for a while. So it is well-deserved to get this upgrade starting. I don't know if it's going to be ready for the 2025 season or not. Hopefully it will be. I'm excited to see how this thing develops. And I know Cole Bryson, who lives up there near Boiling Springs, comes back this way. He's going to be stopping in and giving us some periodic look-sees into the Burns Football Stadium construction in 2025. We'll Katie bar the door because this team is going to come out with their hair on fire. Appreciate you, Tolos, being a part of the show all week long. Appreciate you, Tolos, who have gotten in your upset picks. The very first week of the Upset Picks Challenge is here. And in about 90 seconds, we're going to close down the entries. So if you have not yet given me your week 0 college football upset picks in the Upset Picks Challenge brought to you by Ingles, now would be the time to get out your phones and text 71307. Start your text with keyword fan and then give me your name, your game, and the spread. Those are the 3 requirements. Remember, if you leave out any part of that little tripod, the whole thing comes tumbling down. Need your name, your game, and your spread. You got 4 games to choose from this week in week 0. They're not calling it week 0 in college football, but they're idiots for not calling it week 0 because even Tim Snow across from me here knows that 11 days does not make a week. It doesn't make any sense. Week 1 of the college football season is 11 days long, and that's not okay in my book. That's not okay. I don't like week 0 either, but stop it with this adding a couple of extra games a week or so early. Not down with that. Thank you, Tolos, who have listened all week long. We'll be making way for Cole Bryson and Burns Rebels football next, right here on the Fan Upstate.